All and a warm welcome to everyone who has been able to join in today for this panel discussion, Empowerment of Teachers. I, Shashwati Sanyal, will be the moderator for today's webinar hosted by DPS Monarch International School, Qatar Chapter Principals Forum, Empowerment of Teachers Program, Innovative Teaching Practices and Tools in Social Science. It's a pleasure to see so many of you who have taken out time to be involved so enthusiastically and have actively joined hands to come out stronger through these dire times. Let me begin with a quote, and let me quote Benjamin Franklin here. Tell me and I forget. Teach me and I remember. Involve me and I learn. On that note, let me begin by saying that every student deserves a great education. However, building people up takes energy. Teaching requires passion and joy. Ambition is contagious, and that is achievable by spending quality time with these impressionable learners by engaging them through innovative strategies, not just within the classroom, but also outside of it. In this era, where one is seeking to be instantly gratified, we have come together to teach learners to solve problems instead of looking for opportunities. Albert Einstein, the greatest physicist and visionary, once said, "The important thing is never to stop questioning. Curiosity has its own reason for existing." Einstein believed strongly in the creative power of the imagination. What fuels the imagination of our students is encouraging them to always keep asking questions. We can do this in our discussions and lessons, and with things like inquiry and project-based learning. Developing the kind of teaching that makes students curious and wanting to explore is the pathway to building better minds and more successful global citizens. Keeping that in our minds, I now would like to invite our own leader and mentor, respected Principal Ma'am, Ms. Meenal Bakshi, to kindly take the baton forward and address all present here today with her inspiring words. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Shashwati, and a very good morning to all of you. And I'm very happy to see a large number of teachers, HODs, and panelists who have joined us today morning. And it really gives me a pleasure to welcome all of you at DPS virtual platform. First of all, I would like to welcome all the panelists, those who would be speaking for today's session. And we have Ms. Madhu Uppal here, who is the keynote speaker, and she's the headmistress of secondary department at DPS Monarch International School. Then we have Mr. Nizar, head of section from Noble International School, Qatar, and Ms. Jayanti Rajgopalan, HOD Social Science Department, DPS Modern Indian School. And apart from these three panelists, we have guest panelists from India, those who would be sharing their experiences and best teaching practices with us today. So we have Ms. Shalini Agarwal. She is the senior faculty from MIT International School, India. And then we have Ms. Ashima Gandhar. She's a primary educator and EdTech expert. She's from Salwan Public School, India. And then we have Ms. Vandana Parashar, senior faculty, Rotary Public School, India. And today's moderator, Ms. Shashwati Sanyal, secondary school coordinator, DPS Monarch International School. And my dear teachers, HODs from various Indian schools from Qatar. Thank you for joining us for today's session. And on behalf of Qatar's Principal Forum, I would officially like to welcome all of you to this platform, which is known as Empowerment of Teacher. And I'm sure the teachers, those who have joined this platform in previous years, they know what is the aim of this particular session. And those who are joining for the first time, let me just explain you, this platform is created by Qatar Principal Forum for teachers to discuss best practices and sharing their thought process so that we can make the teaching and learning more interesting and interactive in our classroom. And as I believe, and I'm sure all of you must be believing that teachers are lifelong learners. We have to keep on updating and upgrading our professional skills all the time. And I think this is the best way to upgrade our skill when we talk to each other, we share our practices, we discuss, and then we come to a common solution. Each teacher is unique and they come up with unique ideas when it comes to teaching and learning. And I'm sure today's platform will give you this opportunity to each one of you to discuss what works in your class and how it can be adopted by other teachers. And I'm sure while discussing your best practices which you are implementing in your classroom, I'm sure others would also be benefited. Because what I believe, if you share your best practices and if you empower others, then best learning takes place. So I'm sure all the teachers, HODs and panelists, those who would be sharing their best practices, it would be beneficial for all of us. And let me tell you, these sessions usually takes place in school building, but due to this pandemic situation, we have conducted this virtual platform, and I'm sure this would be equally beneficial for all of us, because learning never stops, whether it happens in school building or it happens virtually. And I'm sure in this kind of situation, each one of you must have given your best in the classroom, and you must have sure that learning never stops. So with this note, I would like to welcome all of you again to this platform, and my best wishes for each one of you. Thank you so much and all the best. Over to Ms. Saraswati.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Also, before we continue, I would quickly like to take all of you through a short video of our school, DPS Monarch International School. Please sit back and enjoy the video, and then we will come back to the agenda of the day. Yes.
Welcome to DPS Monarch International School.
Welcome to Monarch International School, which is open to all the communities in Qatar, including Qataris. And when we started the school, we have gone ahead for the requirement of the 22nd century with the digital curriculum. This is coinciding with the Qatar's aspiration to be one of the best country in future with lot of technologies. So we are going to be part of it.
A school which provides education with a difference. It is an international school with an Indian heritage for children from around the world aged 3 to 18.
Parents and well-wishers, welcome to DPS Monarch International School. We have done the best for our children, and you know our legacy of having done the best at DPS Modern Indian School. So we welcome you to this new school, and I'm sure you will support us in making this school as well a grand success.
DPS Monarch is a second campus of DPS Modern Indian School, a well-established school in Doha, and has a long successful record of serving the expatriate community.
Our curriculum is based on Central Board of Secondary Education India. However, it reflects the need of multicultural environment and the integration of technology into the curriculum. We offer digital curriculum, whereas we have integrated e-books for maths, EVS and other important subjects. And we have created a platform which is known as MIS portal for parents to have a better communication with teachers, and teachers can also communicate homework, project works and whatever is the performance of the child in a very easy manner. So the idea of integration of technology is to make parents' life easy and to enhance the teaching and learning process in the school.
I'm very happy happy with the teachers, and I recommend you parents also to give admission in the school. You will be also very satisfied with the school. The school is very nice.
Here at DPS Monarch, we do online assessments, which help students to develop their learning abilities, can make judgment about their own performance, and work upon their weak areas. It provides a direct and immediate feedback for students, improving student performance, reducing their time and efforts, and encourages high-order thinking. It also helps parents to access their child's results anytime, anywhere, and repeatedly.
Indeed. So that was a short video of our school, the way it functions. Let us now quickly look back at the agenda and the flow of events for today. So we'll quickly go over the introduction of panelists, followed by our participants from various schools. That would be followed by a presentation by the host school, that is DPS Monarch, given by Ms. Madhu Uppal. Then following that would be the presentation by the other panel members, and then we will quickly have a question answer session round, followed by the vote of thanks for the day. Right, so moving on, we are living in unprecedented times, as globally we are all dealing with the interruptions, disruptions, and changes to our lives due to the COVID-19 pandemic. In this context, the role of the social sciences is to focus on the study of society and the relationship among individuals within society. Social science covers a wide spectrum of subjects, including economics, political science, sociology, history, archaeology, and law. In order to formulate effective solutions for society and to understand the implications of those solutions, a mix of both STEM and social sciences will be required in the future. Thus, social science is already increasingly engaged in collaborative, cross-disciplinary work in diverse fields such as engineering, medicine, computing, biology, and mathematics, and that is the reason we have all gathered here today to discuss and highlight some of the most important strategies that may be utilized to impart this subject effectively and productively. With that, we quickly move towards the introduction of our panelists. First up, we have Ms. Shalini Agarwal, who is a renowned educationist in the field of history, having nearly 2 decades of experience in teaching in India and abroad. Right. Her love for history is well known in the education circles, and her constant inclination to upskill and be tech savvy has ensured that she got the award for Best Innovation in Education Technology. She makes history come alive with her passion and innovative methodologies of teaching, like history quizzes and online debates across continents. Ms. Agarwal is also a certified Microsoft Innovative Educator expert. Welcome, ma'am. Would you like to say a few words? Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. May I say good morning, all the educators, and good morning, Qatar. It's indeed an honor to be here, and it's my privilege. And as you very rightly said in your introduction, history does cover, or social sciences does cover, a very wide spectrum across all fields and all disciplines. It has been, the bane of social science that we all of us as educators of social science, teachers of social science, have struggled for certain negative connotations associated with it as far as students are concerned and society is concerned. And I'm very proud that most of us have found our own ways of dealing with it and inculcating a love for this subject in the students. And I'm sure that this platform will give us many new ideas and many new thoughts that we will take back with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Hope you have a good time over here. Our next panelist is Ms. Vandana Parashar. She's an MA in History from Delhi University, and she has been an ardent reader and orator. She has been an active participant in debates and presentations held in schools and also created operas connecting different eras to school annual functions. She has always been a hands-on person and a keen observer who loves reading books and is passionate about teaching. Welcome, ma'am, and please kindly come here and please say a few words. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure being with you all today, and I hope that we all will learn new things and recapitulate that we are already, we already are aware of. And as we all know, that social science, it is it's all combination of different things. We learn about people, values, different times, places, conditions, etc. So how we can impart it to the children and how they can make it useful, basic life skills, how that can be empowered, we will be talking about that. And today let's see how the session can more put in things into our mind that we can facilitate with our students. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you so much, Ms. Parashar. Next on board is Ms. Anju Singh, who's an MSc in Applied Geology from Allahabad University. She has been an all-rounder since her childhood days and has won many accolades at district and zonal levels in athletics and badminton. Having an inquisitive mind, she has kept her knowledge enriched and updated, and that helped her participate and win 12,50,000 rupees in the first season of KBC1, held in the year 2001. Welcome so much, ma'am. Hope you have a good time here and we all get to learn from you. Over to you, ma'am. Kindly say a few words.
Thank you so much, Shashwati ma'am. And it's indeed an honor to be here among so many learned people. And as Meenal ma'am said, once we share our resources and our strategy, we in turn, we get enriched ourselves. So I'm really looking forward to this session. And I hope, the way I make fun social study in my class, I'll be able to share some good strategies over here. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Our next panelist on board is Mr. Nizar from Noble International School, Doha, Qatar, and who's an accomplished, dedicated, and a highly organized facilitator who has nearly 14 years of experience in this field. Welcome, sir, and kindly say a few words. Over to you, sir. Mr. Nizar? Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem, sir.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the Chapter Principals Forum for providing this types of platform for all of us. I'm sure that this will be wonderful, and this will be kind of, it will refresh ourselves, and we can bring lots of good and innovative ideas, and definitely we can, support to our children for the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was indeed insightful. We all hope to have a good time here. Next up is our panelist, Ms. Ashima Gandhar, whose motto is well described in a quote by Robert John: teaching children is an accomplishment. Getting children excited about learning is an achievement. She's an educator with a passion for making a change in the lives of learners. She's also a Microsoft certified innovative educator and emphasizes on quality education in delivering lessons and presentation and K-5 curriculum development, storytelling, teacher trainer, and is also an EdTech expert. She has also positively touched the lives of her learners and has established a strong bond with each learner as a guide, mentor, and a motivator. Thank you for being here, ma'am. Over to you. Kindly say a few words.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. It is indeed a pleasure to be here. I really thank the team who organized such a big webinar. Let's see how we all can take a lot of things, learnings along with us today. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gandhar. Hope all of us have a positive time here. Our next panelist on board is Ms. Jayanti Rajagopalan, and she was nominated for the Best Teacher category from Qatar from the CBSE stream. She has been in charge for the International Collaborative Exchange Program, and she's also a member of the Qatar National Schools Accreditation Team from DPS MIS. Over to you, ma'am. Please kindly take center stage and please introduce yourself. Ms. Jayanti, ma'am, you are there?
Yes. Hello.
Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Good morning, all present on this platform. It's my immense pleasure to take this opportunity to present in front of all these educators. Social science, it is an integrated subject with history, civics, geography, economics, it's on. We are going to see the kind of techniques, what practically we can implement and incorporate in our classroom teaching. It's only a sharing and learning what we are going to take away from this panel, from this platform. I wish everyone all the very best. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here. And finally, last but not the least, we have our very own panelist from the host school, Miss Madhu Uppal, Headmistress of Secondary School, DPS Monarch, who shall also commence the presentations here today. But before we move on to that, allow me to introduce her to all of you. She has over 18 years of progressive experience and accomplishments as an academic administrator and educator in education management industry, a postgraduate in economics and honors degree with hands-on experience in developing curriculum. A keen learner having certification in innovative pedagogy and learning success criteria under the mentorship of UK accredited educational consultants. She has also worked as a team leader for British Council International School Award programs and has traveled abroad during educational exchange programs. She is also a certified Microsoft Innovative Educator expert, having hands-on latest teaching methodologies as well as certified neuro-linguistics programmer. So those were the panelists for today. Let's now quickly take a look at the participating schools who have joined us for the program here today. So we have teachers hailing from DPS Modern Indian School, Shantiniketan Indian School, Birla Public School, Pearl School, MES Indian School, Noble International School, Havans Public School, Loyola International School, Olive International School, Rajgiri Public School, and Al-Khor International School. A very warm welcome to all of you present here today. From here onwards, I would now quickly like to invite Ms. Madhu Uppal, the panelists from the host school, to take center stage and begin with the first round of presentations for the day. Welcome, ma'am, and over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Shashwati. And good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome, dear panelists and all the teachers from participating schools. It's an honor and privilege to host this teacher empowerment program to enhance teaching learning process, and that in turn boost students' learning outcomes. So I would like to appreciate and congratulate Qatar chapter principals forum for taking up this initiative and to plan and organize this platform for educators, as ma'am has rightly said, to exchange ideas, and that too the best expertise to expand their knowledge base in the specialized subject. As we all know that today's world can be challenging for every educator. We all are facing it. Whether it's technology, best teaching practices, and students' need are always evolving. So I hope such session would be really fruitful for all the educators and would help them to enhance their skills as well as in this fast-paced changing realms of education industry. So are we ready to take best use of this opportunity today? Yes, because we teachers are lifelong learners and we are ever ready to take up such challenges. So let's start our journey together. May I have the presentation, please? As you can see there, I truly believe in these profound words that education is not the learning, it's just about training of mind. And today's learning will make us think and reflect on new ideas. And yes, it's the time to reflect. As futurist and philosopher, I would just like to quote here, Alvin Toffler once wrote that the illiterate of 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn and relearn. And to succeed today, we must be in constant state, that is keep on changing, that is we need to be adaptive. It means that continuously and consistently we need to be unlearning old assumptions and relearning new ones. And I hope you all will agree with me here. And yes, it is time to reflect and discover the joy of learning. And as all of you are aware that access to knowledge now, it has been exponentially, surpassed any other time in our history. And the real competitive advantage is how to use this knowledge that we all are gathering day by day. So today I would try to share certain ideas and strategies which can really help all educators in real classroom situations as well as online teaching scenario. Along with that, I'll try to transform thinking to doing, which would really make shift learning from instruction to guided. And that would definitely is going to benefit all the learners to acquire this knowledge in an independent manner. That is to make the children more independent. This would be the aim of my presentation. Moving ahead, let us introspect once again. Yes, as you can see, to identify these learning gaps where taught is not caught. And learning, we need certain bridges which can facilitate teachers to work more close environment, that is more closely with the children, with the problem areas that can improve learning outcomes. This is the aim of our this platform today. Moving on to effective learning teaching practices, what we can do, we need to encourage independent learning and the shift from knowledge to practical learning, and to create more opportunities to deal with the misconceptions that is specifically, I would say, in social sciences children generally struggle with, and to enhance more of differentiated learning to cater to all levels, whether it's weak or bright or average or below average. I really don't want to categorize, but still we do have these levels. So we need to have certain strategies in place so that we can deal at all levels. So first of all, we need to identify. Moving ahead, I would like everyone to again just think about these learning modalities. I would say, as per different these modalities, 3 learning styles which are generally children learn majorly. And there are few those who learn observing their surroundings, and there are few those who just listen to, or those who are auditory very strong. And there are few those who are physically very active, that is kinesthetically. So a learning environment must contain all elements which cater to all these 3 modalities. And if our classroom is designed and each lesson plan contain any of these ideas, then definitely it will create exceptionally different environment in the classroom. You can see different ideas in visual forms, what we can integrate. And if the children are auditory, then what all modalities we can use. And in the case kinesthetically, how we can involve children so that we are able to cater to all needs. As we know, moving ahead, that rote learning doesn't prepare students for real life or the real world, I would say. It always creates a sense of disillusionment. A lot of research also does prove that people do well in life when their social and emotional skills are highly developed and they have been worked upon. And rote learning takes it away all if we compare to the meaningful learning, and which allows you to interact on hand and experiential aspect, and which on the other hand, rote learning, we do not focus on that. If we take the curriculum as a launch pad, to mix it with the technology, I would say right blend of technology along with the pedagogy, it can be transformational in no time. So we have to, whatever we are learning, it should be applied, it should be infused, and definitely the ultimate goal is to transform it. Next, please. So social studies, as we all know, that it's all about understanding society, describing and analyzing societies, observing it, and understanding the social, cultural, and all economic relationships between units of human society. It explains change in societies, comparing it, and it is that branch of study that asks critical questions and suggests evidence-based answers, like why inequalities are rising, what is crime, what is law, what is the relation between South and North part. And education in social science helps children to formulate answers to local, regional, as well as the global problems. We prepare them for the global challenges. So it can be summarized as learn to understand and understand to change. So this is what we always focus and look for, so that we can just make them understand how to change, how to bring about solution. So moving on ahead, what would be our action plan? As we all know, as a social science subject, we all struggle. So to generate interest, first of all, as well as to encourage students to participate and contribute in learning, we must have to have an action plan which will give a direction to the entire process and our organized approach in our class, and that is to, I would say, the lesson time, the session time, which means per class, per session, how to provide various opportunities apart from classroom to explore, as well as the learning strategies, what all we can, regarding evaluation, understanding, and the most important, covering all the gaps. That is the lesson bridges. So that is really important. I want everyone to focus upon this action plan. Next, please. So one of the biggest question, I think all the social studies teachers, like they always struggle. It's like about the breadth and depth of what we are teaching. How long should I teach this topic? Am I teaching too much, or it is too little content? What activities, how many would be able to, make the concept clear, whether I should include one more? So there are certain key points, I think, which can help everyone before planning lesson for the entire year. So these are the key points that I would like to highlight here. First of all, the backward planning, that means the outline for the whole year. We should be very much clear with that. Second, and very important, the balance between content and skill. We always tend to lose on skills. We always in a hurry to cover up the content. So I would suggest always apply standard guidelines, that is by the CBSE or NCERT, and do not compromise on skill at all. And try to develop life skills, which is very, very important, interpersonal skills, and the questioning skills, which is the core of social science. And another important thing, don't forget to focus on key concept and the deadline to complete. Because by the end of year, sometimes we feel that this project was left, we are not able to cover it up because we tend to discuss other things. So we should always have the key concept which we need to cover up and the deadlines in mind. And here you can see this the template of lesson plan, which I would like to describe. The learning objectives tier, that means as per levels which you feel. In the pre-session, but all flip learning that you are planning to put up so that the children can have the pre-knowledge about the concept. And during the session, what I'm aiming at, whether my children are able to learn through this lecture, what kind of activities I'm going to include, and what skills do the learner need to access the knowledge and apply, the practical implication. And the very important here is identifying the ZPD. This I'll be explaining more in detail, that is zone of proximal development. That how can I make learners to achieve a next level on the basis of the prior knowledge. And in the end, what kind of assessment techniques I'm going to use with this learning in the post session. So my focus would be more on covering the learning gaps as well as the skill, which I feel that should be covered up, that children have obtained during the session. And I would like to share next piece, our DPS Monarch e-plan, which we have been following during the e-learning sessions. So you can just have a look that this plan was followed during our e-learning sessions to give more understanding of the curriculum coverage to the teachers as well as to the parents. Because each class has been planned in pre-session, during the session, and the post-session. And it was designed for the weekly lesson plans. And definitely without compromising any skill involved practice during the session, it has been covered. So this is one thing we have followed it up. So I really like to share with all of you. Moving ahead, now we need to decide that what are the learning strategies to teach social science, and that to enhance the 21st century skills, which is a need of the hour. So the 4 C's, as we all know, and the 4 broad categories I would like to highlight here in relation to these different contexts of learning. First, we can briefly analyze it, and then we can move forward to see what fits best and where. So the first is problem-based learning. This learning focuses on enhancement of social skills, life skills, interpersonal skills, along with practical knowledge, and the application in context of a problem discussed. The problem is the focus is on problem and how to solve. Second, we have the experiential learning, that is hands-on learning, which leads to form patterns of long-term memory due to the personal experiences that each and every child takes it. And the collaborative, as in nature, encourages social and emotional intelligence as well as the aptitude, and which is highly recommended for social science. And the community-based generates sensitivity towards the community, the citizenship, and the concerns regarding the social issues. So the study of social science is the amalgamation of all these strategies, which prepares the child with essential skills to handle real-life situations. So out of these strategies, moving ahead, we'd like to see that what are the most effective strategies and tools which are there that can transform learning of SST and its impact in present by making it more personalized experience for each child. So out of all, the most important are mentioned here. I have just listed few. And before its application, let's know briefly what are these and how it works. So I'll be taking up each and every strategy and I'll be discussing in detail so that we can just understand the application as well. So moving ahead, we'll start with the next, please. The cognitive strategies, that is, what does it mean to learn? Have you ever reflected on the mental processes used to learn something? Ask your students the strategies that you use when they study. And unfortunately, the students today are quite poor in communication strategies, or we can say are very less known how people learn. It is up to the teachers to train and help students and how to learn, which is all about cognitive strategies. So this is one of the strategies which I would like to explain. So the first important concept is zone of proximal development, which is known as ZPD. So when it comes to make sure that all learners make substantial and sustainable progress while learning, we need to ensure about the task and activities planned are appropriate as per the level of learner. This is what the core of this study and this theory. If the task assigned is too easy and simple, then students tend to lose interest. And if it is too difficult, they become panicked and frustrated. So while designing any activities or tasks, we have to make sure that it is in the perfect learning zone, which is a zone of proximal development, that is, which is just above the comfort zone, where the child can learn assigned tasks with guided instructions. As you can see that blue oval in the center, what can learn on my own, that is the comfort zone of the child. And the next circle is what I can learn with the help, that is the other knowledgeable one, the teacher, the instructor, and with the help of certain tools. It is also known as struggle zone. Every child has these different struggle zones. So it is up to us as educators to identify these learnings, and by applying different modalities, learning modalities, as we know how children learn. And this model really helps us to understand it is not about the content or the nature of discipline which makes the learning difficult, as we always feel, as in case of social studies. Rather, it is a choice of right strategy, which can help any child to learn any discipline with great ease. And in social studies, where children generally struggle with the content and facts and with the large information, but it is proved that every child has its own struggle zone where he or she can excel, just with little support, little assistance, little guided instruction. So I think that can really help social studies teachers to put in that effort, and by identifying that struggle zone, or I would say the learning zone for each child, where child can do wonders with little support and assistance given by the teacher. And I hope after this awareness, each one of you would definitely try and find out this target ZPD for each and every child. And I would say there is another, I would say, perception or prejudice which is attached with social science, that which like children generally tend to lose interest, and it's like very boring and challenging. It's very important to plan our sessions in such a manner to break this vicious circle with the ZPD strategy, along with the learning modality which I've already discussed, that we need to identify whether the child is visually strong or auditory is strong, or we should involve the child in kinesthetic activities along with the proper planning and with the help of different zones where the child lies and how to take it up in the next level. So it will definitely help the teachers to identify their struggles and can enhance definitely the level of learning for all. Moving ahead, the cognitive strategies, which are very, very important, are the specific strategies which can help learners as well as teachers to make learning process enjoyable, and as well as complex to achieve desired outcome by making children aware about their own learning. And that is to create difference in the perspective to look at things, specifically such as complex curriculum of social studies, if I talk about. It includes 3 important strategies, as you can see, that metacognition, spiral approach, and this scaffolding. And definitely it will help educators to understand the learning patterns before using any tool or any technique in the classroom. So first of all, I would like to explain metacognition. Moving ahead. If I talk about metacognition, it means awareness or the understanding about our own thought process. As teachers, we are professionals. Our profession is already filled with many fancy terms like constructivism, pedagogy, but this is very, very important concept, and which has been, I think, mostly ignored, but it plays a very important role in learning process. And I would definitely would like to highlight this fact here. And this we have always wondering, we always question this, why Finland has the best education system in the world, but we never get deeper into to find out the answers. So Are they using any secret or any different strategies which we are not aware to teach their children? So answer is no. The basic aim of their education system is to make children think about what they are learning and how is it useful and how and when they can apply in real life situations. And if you study, you will be surprised to know that the children in Finland, they attend, their school hours are quite less than our school hours. They are 4 to 5 hours they generally attend the school. So definitely it's an eye-opener for us. So this concept talks about the concept that is thinking about your own thinking. How can we make the child to be vigilant, to be conscious what he's learning, why he's learning, and what he's going to get benefit out of it. So here the basic aim of our education system is to make the child independent learner. And how the teachers can help to monitor, to reflect, and to find out the best available learning patterns by making conscious efforts. And as educators, I would say we need to help students to understand what works best for them. And that is true in different learning situations, because every child struggles with a different situation. And this approach can help teachers to make learners conscious about their own thinking, that is, by creating that environment, by making the conscious effort. In social studies classroom, where each child is made to think what all they are learning in the classroom and to analyze and evaluate which concept or which idea they learn faster by using what technique. Like maybe historical terms, the child would learn better through vocabulary, the historical terms of vocabulary, I would say, through word wall. You can just create a word wall in the classroom where the different terms, new terms you can put up. Or maybe the series of events through the flow chart and chronological events even through timeline. And maybe a learner, you can learn better by note taking. So the teachers to prepare a plan and strategies to monitor and then evaluate and help to reflect what works or clicks in their own classroom. So it is our responsibilities as an educator and to guide our learners. Moving ahead. So in this entire process of reflection, so it is important that, which is a key, that if certain techniques work for you and you come to know only after reflecting and evaluating it. So the reflection is the core center, as you can see, the planning the task, monitoring, evaluation, but every step you are reflecting on it, whether you are learning, why you are learning, whether it's taking place or what I'm going to get out of it. And the tools which are available to enhance cognitive skills, wherein we can make children conscious about their own learning, like thinking out loud, think with mnemonics, thinking maps. And these are all tools we can use as a metacognition toolkit. And definitely with regular practice and reinforcement, you are going to identify various students and find out their preferred learning styles. And that too by activating and making them conscious that why they are undergoing this process. So the entire process of reflection is very, very important. And after planning the task, you need to monitor and then evaluate that what progress the child is making after activating his thinking skills. That is to think about his own learning pattern so that he can take out or he can draw out the best out of himself. Let's see further. So these are the various social studies thinking concepts, which all can help to introspect and find out how to acquire, retrieve, and transfer knowledge. If I talk about learning cause and effect concept, we can identify that factors that leads to problem or the cause. Or by continuity and change, we can think about the change in time period over the years and why it is occurring or why it is same. So we can make the children think about it by analyzing different patterns of environment, whether it's natural or human, why are they changing, or what is repetitive, what is the interrelationship. So the child can think about various human actions that leads to have certainly impact on the environment as well. So these are the different thinking concepts which you can use to make the child think. With every concept, there is a new thinking style involved. So moving ahead, this is an elaborate perspective of learner that can be seen here. That is to develop the questioning skill, to find out the relevance of any concept as per the different references that we are using in the classroom. If the child is studying about a historical event, I would say, so what value is attached and how it can help the child to contribute more diligently in future when he's learning it now in the current scenario. Or maybe if I'm talking about the demand and supply relationship, how the child can actually implement in the market and market conditions, various market forms, how can he analyze, or the various land forms and the various laws. So definitely introspection and the reflection is very, very important at every step. So the effective principles of learning, please go back. Here, the techniques which can help learning, that is to achieve desired learning outcomes. Are we planning or providing the required support? And are we able to review the progress of the child, which are the key principles of learning? So the entire concept, the foundation laid out from the beginning of the task, monitoring, reviewing, and ultimately making the child independent thinker. This is what the aim. So I hope you have got some value point out of it. So moving ahead, we'll talk about the next approach, which is the spiral curriculum approach. It is an extensive approach as it develops, that is to revisit basic ideas repeatedly and building upon them until the child has grasped the complete concept. What matters is that later in teaching is always built upon the reflection, earlier reflection, what the child has learned during the course of time. In social studies, knowledge is imparted in a chronological order, as we all know, which indicates that progress of man and society along with the events and facts, and that is true in different time periods. So it helps us to understand listing and chronology in relation to the context. But while introducing any new topic, you should touch upon what the child had already known to build upon the spiral. That is, the new learning would take place on the reflection of the learning which the child is already having. And how in social science, by using this curriculum approach back and forth, I would say, to understand the present and past, or the present and future. And that is true in the current scenario. So the child should be able to distinguish how this learning which I'm learning about past can be useful for me in the current scenario, or in the future, what I'm going to learn. So every time the reference would be taken up from the previous learning. For example, how from simple, specific, concrete concept to the complex, abstract and general, and how in a chronological order history is explained and moves, always from sequential to more pictorial mode. And at every step, the previous concept has been repeated to build upon the new knowledge and learning. Moving ahead, as we can see that how story of history is mentioned to the child in reference to the particular time period, and taking it further to the next level, which leads to explanation regarding the causes of an event with reference to time, to explain it further in a chronological manner and sequence which has been introduced along with the facts. At this level, while explaining this causes, again reminded to the child to put forward an argument, as you can see the spiral diagram here. So the entire event has been explained in an orderly manner, along with the facts and sequence and the reasoning which led to happen the event. That is simplest to the complex, with relating to the previous knowledge the child is having, so that it becomes easy for the child to relate. So I hope all of you are able to relate, and otherwise we do use these strategies in the classroom. But if we make a conscious effort, if the topic is really complex, and if you want to make actual learning to happen in the classroom. So we can always refer to these spiral curriculum approach. Moving ahead with a very interesting new strategy that is, I would not say new because all of us have been using it, but to make it again a conscious effort and to remind, I think it's a kind of reminder to all of us again to use certain strategies, which is a scaffolding. And it refers to what all support a learner require to achieve their learning goals. As you can see, it can help the student to master their skills at a higher level with little guided instruction, and as the child become independent, and the support can be gradually withdrawn or it can be removed. And it can be done in various manners. I would like to show the strategies next. That how can we integrate the scaffolding in the social science? Like it can be as a note-taking aid, that to help them to pick up the key processes and concept to explain. Because sometimes children are not able to decide what is important, what should I write, what should I miss, or maybe I'm writing too much. So we can provide a little guided instructions like which can really help the child to have this note-taking aids. And second is this manipulatives, that how can we make them understand the chronological and think and give opinion. Read aloud, then definitely we can just use the inferences and which can focus and can help them to understand the context. And very important and very commonly used the graphic organizers like mind maps, infographics, that can be used to give them an overview. And previewing question can definitely help to generalize curiosity before teaching a new concept. How can we create that interest? So if we're just putting up preview questions in the classroom, definitely child would make an extra effort to get to know and to get involved in the process. Like as we can see the progression here in the skills in geography, how it is in year 1 it is closed, how gradually with each year it become open, and the last stage it is independent learning. So that every stage, if we provide the right support and with these different strategies, we can work as a scaffold for the child, definitely they can achieve greater results. And I would like to share one assignment here, moving on next, that is a scaffolding assignment that can really help in social science. I've just taken these few snapshots. It can really help the children to look at the content in more concise manner, because as the information is large and it's scattered, sometimes children really struggle. So if we can just compile it and we can give the key concept and the events can be highlighted, so it will really help the child, a child who's really struggling to learn such large information and can go through these smaller chunks and understand it very easily. So such kind of gist of the entire chapter and such kind of assignments, scaffolding assignments can be given to the children, specifically in social science. Moving ahead, these are the tools I would like to recommend here, as these all activities were the brainstorming and cognitive in nature. So to arouse interest, we can have these interactive apps which can develop more cognitive the skills among the children. We can just see this peer deck, and if I share about a study to find out the efficacy of these apps, the peer deck users are found 65% of students, those who found classroom more engaging, and 61% out of them, they found learning material easy to understand. So definitely I would recommend all of you to go through it. And Plickers is also another activity, brainstorming, which can be played through cards. And Socratic is also another one, where you share the unique code with the children, and various polls are there, exit tickets are there, which can be shared, and formal assessment questions, as we can see, MCQ, true, false, just to create interest of the children in social studies specifically, and to make them learn and enhance their cognitive skills. So the next strategy we'll move on to, which is activating prior knowledge. As we know that learning is a process of adding new ideas to old ideas, and teachers need to recognize the importance of prior knowledge on learning and give students opportunities to remember what they have already know. And in social studies, it's a lot of such inferences and past references, which can be in the form of brainstorming activities, graphic organizers, mind maps, and KWLH that I'll be briefing it up, and the different brainstorming activities. So let's see this strategy in detail. If we talk about the graphic organizers, so these are the effective tools which can be used in a social science classroom, that is to organize and communicate information in a visual way. And when we apply it in the specific content areas, it enhances the learning and the comprehension of difficult concepts and idea. And this is the most effective way, I would say. Moving on next, the mind maps, which is a hierarchical, and it shows relationships among pieces of the whole. So the centralized idea is in the the core, and it created around a single concept. And if I talk about KWLH, it is a very, very interesting activity. I think everyone can try out. That is a chart. It's a kind of another graphic organizer which can help students to gain, just to review again and think and activate their prior knowledge. That first of all, that know and recall that what we know already, that this is to be filled by the child, and what the child want to know, what we want to know, and what we have already learned, that what during the course what they are studying or what they are learning, and how can they learn more. So it's KWLH, the strategy, and this can be given for every concept, so that they at least they are able to introspect, they can activate their own thinking, that what they are learning, why they are learning, and what next they can look up for. So another important strategy, moving ahead, we'll see about the timeline and cause and effect diagrams. And these timelines show the order of the events from first to the last along the line. As we all know, we have been using it, and definitely help the children to clearly see when things happen relative to the other events. And definitely it helps them out to understand a period of time more closely, I would say. And the time period and chronological order is very, very important concept and the component here. And if you talk about the cause and effect or a fishbone diagram, that is to identify the problem. As we can see, the global warming is to identify the problem and what are the causes. So we can just have a kind of skeleton ready to find out, and what is the solution. Moving ahead, the another strategy, that is the fishbone analysis and the Venn diagram and the photo analysis. Fishbone is also used for cause and effect in the same manner we can use it. Effects in the problems and causes are the various branches. And in certain problem areas related to economics or geography, it can be used to give history also a clear understanding. And if you talk about the Venn diagram, in this, the overlapping areas of the shape that you can see have meaning to facilitate comprehension of the relation, the concepts like map or globe, or how they are different or how they're similar. So sometimes children are not able to differentiate clearly. So by creating such templates or such diagrams, we can just make certain things more clear and more distinction about the events. And photo analysis, that you can just show one picture and child has to write about the 5 you can say W, that who they are, what it happened, where they came from, and where they went to, and what is happening. So by showing one picture, the child would be able to analyze past, present, and future. So it is the best way to activate their prior knowledge as well, and to make the learning happen really fast in the classroom with such activities. Okay, what are the tools which you can use for creating such learning in the classroom? Moving next, that is this MindMeister, which helps us to create, edit, and share these mind maps with the children. So these are the digital tools which you can try out, which are very easy to use, and you can easily work and share with the children. Now we'll discuss another important strategy. Moving next. It is an instructional strategy where the small group of students work together on a common task assigned. And it improves problem solving, critical thinking, and it is the most, I would say, the suitable strategy in social sciences because it enhances social science instruction and understanding. So what we actually want children to do, that is all these skills, this cooperative learning caters to all. So what are the different activities we can do? Moving next. This jigsaw activity I'll just like to explain, which is a cooperative strategy where each student of a home group, that is a group which is initially formed specializing in one group of learning unit, that each child is assigned one topic. And I would say it is a baby step into the student direct learning, where we are making them independent of their own learning. And it works best as a review strategy at first. Since you are facilitating instructions, you are just giving them instruction, they will follow it up on their own. They meet the members of other groups who are assigned the same topic. And after mastering the content and discussing among themselves, then they return again to their home group and to teach others. So this is how the content is simplified and children learn at their best, and it is up to them. And the educator or the teacher is just as a guide, just monitoring overall. There is another important, I would say, interesting that for primary children we can use this. Moving next. These are this relay drive that children are paired shoulder to shoulder with a piece of paper, and everyone writes, this one learning from the topic discussed on the fact or maybe any interesting thing and pass it on to the other child. And each one of them keep on adding information. So it can be used as a fun element in the classroom while teaching SST for primary group of children. If the child is still not able to contribute, at least he would go through what everyone has written and definitely get benefited by the contribution of others. And this group grid, and that is also just to help children to sort out the information. Because students are overburdened, specifically in social sciences, as we always see, and children look up social science as, the content is quite heavy. So as teachers, we can help them to sort out the key concept and the content. So this sort and visualize, categories, course content, as you can see in the cause and effect problem, or maybe the cost and benefit. The grids can be specifically labeled accordingly. And definitely it helps learners to develop this sorting skills and concept clarity. And definitely they are going to remember these key terms because they are doing it themselves. They're trying to sort out. They are trying to find out the important things that can help them. Moving next. So these are I think, common activities which we all have been doing it. I just thought of to compile it here. Like MUN's role play and the mock parliament, which definitely give them the opportunity to interact and learn from each other. These are very useful techniques, which really works well. And another important, activity which we can do, moving next, that is, yes, think, pair, and share. This format gives students the opportunity to thoughtfully respond to a question and engage in a meaningful conversation with each other about the issue which has been, or the problem which has been given to them. And it is a very helpful way to give students, time to compose their ideas before sharing with the class. So when they discuss with each other, they definitely come out with different perspectives, and it leads to a thoughtful discussion and give them more clarity. And definitely in the social sciences, the concept, it makes them think and to respond and to simplify the concept. This is the template also I've just shared. You can just have a look. So how the problem is given, how they are pairing it up, and then they come up as a group in the class, and then they share it later. So there is another strategy which can help in enhance this cooperative learning. Moving ahead, that is interdisciplinary project work. where the cooperative learning has been incorporated in different disciplines. As you can see, the one topic is of social studies, which is the social and the need base of the science, which has been highlighted here. And the entire purpose of such project is to integrate discipline and encourage the collaboration, that is collaborative learning. So along with this conservation of resources, we are highlighting how we can involve children, what kind of activities they can do. So the two disciplines are integrated hand in hand, and the child is going to have a research about it, and so that they can work in a group and find out the solution for these problems. So they are having group discussions, and each group will do the activities related to the topic which has been given here, and how they are integrated both the subject, that is social studies and science. Maybe they are doing the energy audits, or may they are doing the energy pledge. They are going to the communities and talking about the home audit, so that they can sensitize the people in the neighborhood, so that they can start saving electricity. So these are the certain tasks and activities which can be incorporated during the interdisciplinary project work. So what are the tools that we can use to enhance the collaborative learning? Moving ahead. So there's this Padlet tool which is there, which is quite interactive, and it is a virtual bulletin board where I would say where students and teachers can collaborate, and they can share the links, the relevant pictures, and the content. As you can see, the entire the contribution of all the children in one at one wall, and where everyone is sharing their knowledge. It can be used for current events or note taking or the prior knowledge what all the children are learning. So it can be used in multiple manner. And Kialo is another important platform, and it's a very, very interactive tool, I would say, which facilitates classroom debate. As you can see the pros and cons. You just one problem, and which really can enhance the critical thinking. And definitely we can take up the controversial ideas which can be reflected upon. So Kialo is, or maybe you can say, online debate or discussion. It can be used for that. So moving ahead, we'll have next strategy, which is data presentation strategy. And in this, I think it's very, very important in social science because it includes pictorial presentation by adding visuals aspect, which becomes more comfortable for students to understand. Whatever we share in the form of graphics or in the form of graphs or charts, definitely the learning is enhanced. So if I talk about infographics, moving ahead, as we can see, it's a collection of striking, I would say, engaging visuals with minimum text to communicate information with, I would say, more clearly and quickly. And here I would say 96% students are visual learners. So it helps a lot in social sciences to retain more information. So you can share this annual rainfall, which has been depicted here. Or maybe it's capita income, its distribution has been shown here. So these are the different various ideas which you can pick up to enhance the presentation of data. Moving ahead, when we talk about questionnaire and survey planning, it's a collection of information and organizing large information. So I would say it is more apt to while teaching economics, you can say questionnaires and survey both enhance data collection skills, because it's really engage children to find out what suits best, which facts to be pick up, and definitely the questioning skills when they create the questionnaire, when they create the survey form. So the open and closed question as well as the accuracy of data, that definitely leads to essential skill building, which is very, very important in social science. So what are the tools? Let's see. What are the tools that we can use for this data interpretation? There's a very effective tool that is Google Trends, which gives you the trends in everything in the market or whatever problem you put up there. it can really help the students of economics. So they can go through the various trends and compare the market trends. And Google Earth's engine, and it is a quick search engine which visualize especially the geospatial data. So definitely in geography it can help a lot when we talk about the different data presentations. Okay, another important strategy when I talk about moving ahead is a visual oral learning strategies. And this method caters to maximum number of learners in the classroom, as we all know that through these two strategies, maximum learning happens. And when the subject matter lacks the evidence, like we do in social science sometimes abstract, it gives a shape to a concrete frame to the events in social studies. So as we can see, these are the certain techniques we can use. I'll be explaining it up next. So these kind of word wall or the vocabulary picture and the key concept can be put up in the classroom to aid to the visual learning, so the children can reflect on it, and by looking at again and again using it in the classroom, they can learn the different key terms which can really help them to understand these concepts. Next, the biographics, which can also really help children to get more interested to explore the unfamiliar content with more interest, I would say, because you tend to research about the person as you are going to make a biograph. So the all detail from the past till present, it is to be compiled in the form of biographs that can also be taken up as a visual learning aid. And to enhance the audio skills, next, we can have this idea which can work really interestingly, create a fun element in the classroom rap battle, where the children can take up any historical figure, make a poem or a song or a rap, and if they're not comfortable, they can come one-to-one with the teacher, and they can present their ideas. So it definitely ease out the learning of social science in the classroom. And vox pop is also another kind of idea where the children ask questions to the different people and record their responses, and later on they can present in the classroom. It is just a few creative ideas which can be implemented in the classroom. As we always say, our subject is quite dry, so there has to be some newness, new element every time, and children should look up to your classes and your sessions. So moving ahead, we'll see what are the tools we can apply in visual and oral strategies. And flipped classroom, very common, and it's commonly and effectively used all over to enhance learning of any subject. And social studies specifically, it is helping a lot. So sharing of video, as we all know, these are the steps, and then followed by the mind map worksheet and assessment, and definitely it enhances the problem solving and the reasoning skills, and promote the independent learning. And that is too informative in nature, because we assess them through MCQs, fill-ups, reasoning, or the picture-based questions. So another interesting idea to integrate visual and oral learning, moving ahead, that the tools which we can use is through Flipgrid and the Seesaw, and which can help you to create more of interactive assignments to enhance video and audio and visual learning. So it incorporates audio and video facility, so that you can create your lessons and you can create your assignments. Next, and as we can see, kids don't hate history. It is just they hate the way we teach it. So to teach history through pictorial approach and can really create interest in the classroom, like historical time capsule with the template I've given here. And it is kind of another group activity for more clarity of content and to understand difference between now and then. So this is how we can just give the child to introspect and study about the time period which you are teaching, or they can just make a quick sketch, and this can be worked upon in the classroom. And there are certain more ideas which we can apply. Moving next, I've just given a few hints here, like virtual museum exhibit, where the child can pick up one artifact and research on it, and later, as per the given layout which is shared, it can virtually be placed and shared with the teachers, and they can share, all of them can share their findings about that particular artifact. If we talk about the country research project, it enabled them to develop their skill regarding the key facts and organizing the relevant information in most appropriate manner, because you have already segregated and given them the heads under which they have to research. It can be in a more organized manner. And the mystery challenge, which is to create a curiosity in the learners, to involve them in the core essential of the subject matter when they're trying to find out the main theme. So the teacher can share certain clues, and the children can find out in a most innovative way how the mystery can be solved. So this is one challenge given here. The clues can be shared and children have to guess the topic and what they are going to study. So definitely whatever clues you are giving, each and every child is going to research upon it. So what all related or I would say concepts or the topic you have shared, definitely they are going to research upon on their own. Another is time travel field trip. That is the best way to bring historical topics to life. As per the topic of the field trip, they explore culture, artifact, I think music, dance, and what all is involved in that particular place. So such resources definitely can inspire our students, and to create the content about the historical events, as well as which is curated. And definitely we should enhance such kind of activities so that they can have more interest in the history. Okay, moving ahead, we have another important learning resource, that is curated learning resources. So while presenting curated learning resources, we need to remember to introduce these learnings very elegantly, and along with the additional layer of that in what context you are sharing this information, so that they are able to understand the importance of curated resources. So I've just tried to find out this site, which is indiaculture.nic.in. And these are the such curated resources which children are hardly able to see. So can we have the video, please?
My name is Malini Roy. I am the curator of Mughal India Art, Culture and Empire. I'm very lucky to be here to introduce the exhibition, which focuses on the Mughal Empire from the 16th through the 19th century. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to look at these rare manuscripts, paintings, and objects of art. The exhibition looks at the portraits of the 15 major Mughal emperors. We've got historic accounts, portraits, as well as intimate glances into the lives of the Mughal emperors. This imperial manuscript, the Book of Akbar, looks at the childhood of the infant Akbar, who was one of the major Mughal emperors. After a 3-year separation from his parents, he was reunited, and the scene just captures him seated in the lap of one of the women at the Mughal court. The Mughals were great writers, and they commissioned and wrote their own personal memoirs. This manuscript here looks at an episode from the life of the Mughal Emperor Babur, the founder of the Mughal Empire, who was being tended to by physicians during an illness in 1498. And here you can see an instructional poem for pigeon fanciers. It provides information on the care and breeding of pigeons, which was a popular pastime at the Mughal court. This very popular painting features Europeans as painted by Mughal artists. It's a very interesting painting because it's not drawn from life, but from the imagination of Mughal artists.
So we can move to the next.
It not only reveals the lives of the Mughal emperors, but also provides glimpses into their areas of interest, such as the arts, sciences, religion, literature, and reveals why the empire came to a final end. The exhibition will run.
We'll move ahead. So to find out, such resources to bring it to life in the classroom, we can definitely make the children encourage more to form their own curator groups, and such kind of learning can enhance. And this is another form which is a flip book on manuscript, because we always talk about manuscript, but there are certainly there are resources which can actually show them. So this is also one of the flip book which is available on this website. that you can check. Please move back. Yeah. We can click on. Yeah. So it is just show different kind of manuscript which has been so here we have we can use certain resources to bring history live in the classroom. And I have used here screen recorder, that is a digital resource which helped to showcase such resources in a better quality. As you can see, they are able to see different types. When we talk about in NCERT book, only one small text is given. And if you visit the website, there are a lot many more which you can explore. So next, yeah. Yeah, you can move next. Yeah, so these are the tools you can integrate for the curated learning resources, which is like Sortify and the Screencastify, which helps you to record the screen where such resources are not in a downloadable form. So, and Edmodo is there, and this Loom and this Nimbus, which can help you to take up such initiative to enhance the interest in the classroom. And if we talk about next, there are certain more resources which I would like to share. That is Google Expedition, to make learning actually a real lifetime experience for the children. So you can create the element of virtual reality in the classroom in our dry and lifeless, social science classes, so that it can create more interest if you look for certain things from students' perspective. And next is Earth Guide, that is also to create geography learning full of fun, because by using this website, you can have very interactive animations and activities which students can learn different concepts with more clarity. And another one we have, next please, this Lifelike, which is with the augmented reality, that is audio and visual feature, which can make your classroom really like a time machine to go and explore, and which is really unexpected for the children to explore certain features with these apps. So it is just a compilation of all the tools and the strategies which I wanted to share with all of you. So moving next, another important, I would say the very important core area, that is assessment. So as to, in order to perform, this thinking, higher form of thinking in education, rather than only remembering the facts, that is the rote learning. This Bloom taxonomy was created which allow us to select appropriate class assessment, techniques on the basis of thinking, learning, and understanding, which involves, I would say, the head, heart, and hand. So we have to make sure that we use this classification system, which has been profoundly used in many areas, and to achieve the higher learning outcomes through the formative as well as summative assessment. That is, these are the two forms which really play a major role in the learning process. Moving next. These are the certain formative assessment tools that is commonly used, Microsoft Forms, and Kahoot is also another quiz game, and Edpuzzle also, which can be used for creating the formative assessment assignments. Okay, if I talk about next about the summative or subjective knowledge, that is, we can use other means like for term exams or the smaller unit assessment or the unit assessment. This one tool, which is very, very effective platform for subjective assessment and for online learning, which is a free resource and highly secure. And it has many options and the steps involved. Move next, please. First is to create an account. And these are the various features that is free to use and fulfill all requirements set up by the National Agency for Education. Easy to export students, information and the data, quick and easy to create a new exam, and very reliable, that we can very secure. Moving next. So first of all, you can create an account using your school email and select a new exam. The next step is to select your desired mode of security for the examination. That is to which mode we need to allow any browser, because children would be using different kind of browsers, so we need to allow them. So any kind of maybe in a docs or a PDF form they can use it. The next step is to share the unique exam code that will be generated when you'll create an exam with your students. Next. So the student need to fill out the required information to access the exam, all the details. As you can see, I filled it for myself. Next. And the student will be greeted with the following message upon when he'll open the exam, that exam is ready. Next. So I've just, this is one our periodic assessment, which I have just uploaded. So this is from the student's window, how the exam would look like. And this is a dashboard, which you can see here. And here is the question paper, and this is the place where the child is going to write. Next. So in case students try to leave the exam or switch tabs, which is a common, I would say, the practice nowadays, they switch to tabs, different windows, and start browsing. So the advantage is immediately the test would be logged, and it can be only unlocked by the teacher with an explanation. So most of the time when children are not aware, they start looking up for the answer, or they start making use of internet facilities, so their question paper gets locked. Next. And in that case, the teacher can monitor the exam as well, and every student activity, that one has finished and one is still in the progress. That is the exam surveillance dashboard. Next. This is where you are able to see that how many have submitted and one is still ongoing. So this is a surveillance dashboard which provides the facility to monitor the exam by the teacher. Next. Please move to next. And the answer sheet can be directly uploaded on the Google Drive. Move back, please. Or OneDrive for the easy assessment. And if the multiple teachers are there, and can be shared between the multiple teachers also. So I found it quite useful and secure, because for formative assessment, we are having many tools, but for subjective, we are having very few, and that is too very secure. So this can be a new option which can be tried out and to check. So definitely it will be useful for all of you to explore. And if I talk about the assessment pattern, moving next. At DPS Monarch, definitely we are also a progressive and innovative school, and we have been following all these practices. And first of all, if I talk about our lesson plans, which are designed as per the learning outcomes, and having our digital curriculum along with the interdisciplinary approach, and we try to make learning holistic. And we have been publishing our monthly report card, and that is to as per defined learning outcome for each child, which is an important part of our curriculum design. And definitely we hope to provide a experiential and holistic learning environment for each child. As moving next, we can you can just have a look that even during summer program, we are having a lot of activities where children are participating in large numbers, and they are learning new things every day. whether it's a workshop, whether it's Olympiad, virtual tours, or various art competitions, STELB competition. So we are also in a way to trying out all these innovative ways to involve and engage children at all levels. Moving next. So definitely in this regard only, I would like to just share a few highlights of new education policy, which is another revolutionary step by the Indian government to revamp our education system, that is to achieve learning at its best form. Next, please. So as we are talking about the innovative practices, so I thought just to include this, it would be more relevant to share this now. That is, the pattern is now completely engaging as integrated to maximize involvement of the child at all levels. As you can see, that holistic, integrated, inclusive, that is to enjoyable and engaging for each child. Moving next. So here, bringing in various domains closer to each other and making it more accessible, incorporating at the different learning styles, as I've already talked about, VAK. A very, very important and welcoming shift, I would say here, from standard to competency-based education, which is definitely is a praiseworthy, step, or I would say achievement on the part of Indian education system. Moving next. So if you talk about experiential and practical learning as mentioned as the key level at all, as a key concept at all levels, which is definitely going to be a positive change, definitely for learners as well as all of us as educators. And the very important next, which is when we talk about a report card, that is holistic assessment, which is a 360-degree progress review outlook, and which is an add-on to other, I would say, the salient features which we all hope would definitely reshape and transform our education system completely, and will definitely give a new perspective to assessment and as well as evaluation. Next, please. So I would like to wrap up the session with Swami Vivekananda's quote, which is a true reflection of human mindset, and which gives a message to all of us to draw the best out of us. And I think while meeting at this platform is just a first step to find out that perfection within amongst ourselves. So thank you so much for being patient listeners and joining us today. Have a great day ahead. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Madhu ma'am. That was indeed a very, very exhaustive presentation from your end. And I hope it was deeply insightful to all those who have come here on this platform today. Before I proceed with the next set of panelists, I would like to remind all the participants who are here to kindly put up their queries in the chat box. So participants, if you have any queries, please put them in the chat box, and in our question answer session at the end, we will try to pick up the ones that are most relevant and try to answer all your queries. So hopefully with that on, we now move on to our next panelist, Ms. Shalini, if she is ready. Yeah, over to you, ma'am.
Yeah.
You can please start.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Let me share my screen. Is my screen visible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Okay. So I am going to take up not very long, not too much of your time, but it would be, we hope it would be an interactive presentation where I would request all the participants to, take part in just a few activities that we have. Now, paraphrasing from Claude Bernard, one can learn only when we move from known to the unknown. Keeping this in mind, I just want you to watch a short video.
Excuse me, ma'am, sorry to interrupt you,
yes.
But have you included the audio as well in the video? because it is not playing.
All right, it is not. All right, let me just.
Yeah. Please just include the system audio in it.
Yeah. Just give me a second, please.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Joining today. I request you to be back tomorrow before 10 a.m. and we'll have another subject that we'll do. Okay, take this time to look at the mistakes that
All
you've
right. So, moving on. Learning is not the product of teaching, but learning is the product of the activity of the learners. Now, there is a small activity that I have planned. All of you must have used this tool, which is Answer Garden. It's there on your chat box. Punima, if you could please share the link on the chat box. It's there on your chat box. And I want you to go to this Answer Garden tool and see that there is a question there. What were the perceptions held about social science as a subject? Now, I have just chosen a small topic for this. Can you type your answers? It's a wonderful interactive tool that can be used by all of you. You can try it right here. And as you type your answers, as your students will type their answers about brainstorming, this is a wonderful tool that can be used for brainstorming. So, teachers, let's go. Please type your answers. Please use the link. I hope you have used the link. What were the perceptions held about social science as a subject? We all are social science teachers, and we know that what kind of perceptions we have faced, how we have overcome this, and today this is one of the sought after subjects. Can we have some answers, please? Yes, less interesting, dry, it was boring, very good, absolutely. What about marks? Is it easy to score? Do we get marks in this? All right, good citizenship. Yes, of course. It teaches us good citizenship. Fantastic. This is so, so beautiful. Absolutely. So all your answers, all of them are relevant, and the intent of using this was to show you how this tool can be used as a brainstorming activity, as a first step to your introduction of your lesson. CBSE has brought about a lot of changes. We have seen the objective type questions which came in last year, and today CBSE is saying that it could perhaps go on to have 50% paper which would be objective type questions. Why? PISA-based questions has also now become very, very relevant. India is moving ahead with PISA-based questions. We all know Diksha app has been launched by CBSE, which caters to this format. So today, I'm going to focus on objective type questions only. What are the various types of objective type questions, and how we can deal with them. This is something that we all know, that the division of the 100 marks, 20 plus 80, we all know that. I'm not going to explain this. Internal assessment, very clear to all. I am going to take up only the 20 mark part of the subjective, that is the objective type questions in social science. Now, what are the merits of these objective type questions? You see, earlier what was happening, the students would kind of do rote learning of few important concepts, and they would go quickly write down their points, and that is it. Then you always had this fear that the teacher maybe was not in a good mood, and for a 5 marker the student got a 3 marker. Here, in objective type questions, the chapter has to be by default learned in great detail. The keywords have to be comprehended. And if we are smart teachers, while we are creating our question paper, it moves from rote learning to concept understanding. It moves to conceptual understanding of the chapter, which is the aim of this objective type question. They are very easy to check, and they're absolutely free from any bias or the mood swings of the teacher. There is zero ambiguity in answer. Besides, there is no linguistic ability required, which is so important. We all have students who are a little weak in their linguistic abilities, and these objective type questions really helps these students. If they are clear in concept, then they can move ahead in social science. They no longer need to fear it. But there are limitations also. There is no scope of comparison. Students are forced to learn details such as dates and places, and we, the teachers, the onus is on us that we do not fall in the trap of going back, of making history, especially a subject which is only about dates. A lot of time and effort is needed to build objective type questions, and of course, it reduces the chances of perfect 100. The hundreds that were scored in social science and in history in class 12 and in social science in class 10 have drastically come down, and that was because of these objective type questions. So now the examples that I'm showing you, I'm sure most of you are using this. Now the examples that I have taken for the objective type question are fundamentally from Microsoft Forms. Microsoft Forms are very easy to use for testing the knowledge of students for objective type questions. Now, when you have picture-based questions, these are a few of the types of objective type questions. Please make sure that the picture should be clear in the question paper. I think the old teachers, the old timers are all familiar with the huge problem that had occurred once when CBSE used to give picture-based questions earlier, and a picture of crop came where no one knew what crop it was. No one could identify because the picture was so unclear. So make sure that it is relevant. And your MCQs, now if you see, your MCQs should be such that they force the student to think and to give answer. They should not be so random. They should not be so arbitrary that the clear answer pops out. That is very true even for your multiple choice questions. Try in your multiple choice questions to be analytical, so that the students have to think, not just recall. Recall is important, but thinking is even more important. Fill in the blanks. The good old standby fill in the blanks. CBSE has shown that it is going to be very creative in the fill in the blanks and in true and false. It is not just one word fill in the blank. It is now moved to a more progressive fill in the blank, where if you see this is virtually a 3-marker question which has been converted into a 1-marker fill in the blank. So it is testing the overall knowledge of the student about his boundary of the country. So be creative, teachers, in your questions. If you see this is testing the conceptual clarity of the students. This question is testing the conceptual clarity of the student. If the child does not know all the 3 industries, he cannot answer this question at all. So be creative, make sure that you make questions which are analytical in their substance and not simply recall, and remembering. True and false. Again, true and false can be very, very creative. You don't need to give one sentence and write true or false. No, you can, if you can see, now the child must know this concept if he has to answer this question. You have become creative. You have given certain features, and now the child has to implement what he has learned. So you can easily move away from the tier 1 of Bloom's taxonomy, which is the remembering and understanding. You can move on to analytical and analyzing when you are creating the one marker. Why I have taken this topic is that when we make, sometimes we fall in the trap of using only the basic of the Bloom's taxonomy, and then what happens when the child goes to CBSE, there is a next level of these questions and they are not prepared for it. Reason and assertion. This is a new type of question that came, and this has been introduced since last year. And the challenge was that the students would get confused. What is the way forward? What I use in my classroom is to tell the students, read both the sentences independently. Check. Are both the sentences true? If yes, half the battle won. You know, if they are both true, check. Is the second sentence giving you the cause, or is it connected? How is it connected to the first sentence? And then answer. Your students should be able to handle such questions. You do not need dates and years to form chronological questions. You can again check the concept clarity of the child by using the events instead of the dates. Only when the child knows the entire chapter can he answer this type of question. So I cannot repeat enough, be creative. How do you prepare? Regular practice, because Rome was not built in a day. History details cannot be learned at the last minute. Teach your children to read. Read the question again and again so that there is no confusion. Eliminate the wrong answer. Check all the options. Don't jump the gun. Read the options, then select the best one. Remember, we have to make learning fun. Children hate the nitty-gritties, as it is said. They don't hate history. They hate the way we teach history. And yes, sometimes we make history very boring. So we have to make history fun. We will go into, that's the next part of the presentation, how to make history fun. Before we go over there, maps. I don't know how many of you have felt that, maps, the students come back just one day before and they say, ma'am, how do we do the maps? I can't do the maps. There's just so many map related items. They need to do maps, 5 things every day. This is one strategy I have found, which is very useful. CBSE books give the maps in a non-political map. The exam always asks them in a political map. Political map, it's easy with the states demarcated. I give them always a handout which has the CBSE map, along with it a map with the state boundaries drawn. This helps the students identify the areas easily. You can tell them to have a map of India pinned next to their work area, to their study room, and they must keep pinning all the things that are the map related items there. Technology is a boon. We can use technology for everything and anything in the classroom. Please don't be scared of technology. Embrace it, use it, and move with it. Our students are the digital natives. We are the digital migrants, but we have to keep pace with them. Now, all of you can see this. I want you all to join this, as many of you as can. Purnima, if you can paste the link on the chat window. This is quizzes.com is a fun quiz making activity that you can do to actually test the objective type questions and the preparedness of the students. So can you please join? You have the code given here. When you join, you need to enter this code. All right, can you please join quickly? We don't have much time, so if even a few of you can join, that would be great. Yes, can you please join? If even a few of you can join, the idea is not that how many questions are you. Actually, there are just 2-3 questions, but even if 3-4 of you can join, that would be great. All right. I will wait just for 1 more minute, and if we can have 2 more participants joining, and then the rest of you can see how it works. It's very easy to make, and the children love this. Okay, I'm starting. They love playing this kind of game. And you have the leaderboard here. Great, Shweta. Fantastic. And you can see, if you share this, the students can see what's happening, and they really enjoy playing this kind of game. Fantastic. Fantastic. So we do have the constraint of time. So I'm going to, stop the game. I hope you will enjoy those who played it fast. And there you are. So the students really enjoy these kind of games. You can use these kind of games. I have the last game for all of you, which is again something which you can use to enhance their fun or their. You can use this code. Please, you can use this link which is posted in your chat window. Please use the link which is posted in your chat window. And you can come to nearpod.com and use this code. And please join. This game is a little different, is as easy to make as quizzes, a little different. Why? Because here the students can see each other participating also. Where there you played quizzes, you could see only yourself. Here they can see each other participating also. Can you see on the screen? You can see them running. Well, we have quite a few players. Oh, lovely teachers. So nice. Off they go. after all, education, what is education? Education is the ability to meet life situations. That is my bit for you. My food for thought for all of you is embrace technology, work on technology. The more you work with technology, your students are going to love your lessons. Do virtual tours. Take this. If the students can't go out to the field and to the monument, bring the field and the monument inside your classrooms. That is what technology is for, and that is what we as teachers need to do. So that is it from my end. Thank you so much for being such a sporting participants, for taking part in all the activities. Do use these. There are many such more activities that you can do to make learning fun. Don't be scared of objective type questions. They are there to make life easy and to help the students fall in love with the subject all over again. Thank you so much. Any one of you can always reach me at my email ID. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shalini ma'am. Thank you so much for giving your time. And those were indeed very, very interactive and entertaining games and quizzes that you have discussed with all of us here today. I'm sure everybody has loved it, enjoyed it, and want to experiment more with it after your session. Thank you so much once again, ma'am.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank
you for having me here. It was indeed my privilege and my pleasure.
Thank you so much, ma'am, again, one more time. Moving on, our next panelist on board, Ms. Vanna Parachar. If you could kindly start, ma'am. Over to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Let me just start.
Participants and audience, one more reminder, any queries that you have, kindly please put them up in the chat box so that we can pick up the most relevant ones during our Q&A session. All right, yes, over to you, ma'am. You can start.
So, educators, we have had such a informative session, question answer techniques we have talked about, and Shalini ma'am had given us some examples, also interesting things that we can share in our class. So now we all know that social science students, with them we develop our understanding, of the surroundings first, then the region around, and finally to the world. And we all know that as a teacher, we have to cater to different type of students at the same time. Their intelligence level are different. So what happens is that we have to make our lesson plans in such a way that we cater to different multiple intelligences. So thinking this and taking this into mind, we have to be incorporating innovative teachings, which helps make students feel connected to the teaching learning process. Now, given so that there should be maximum learning outcome. I think my video is not working. Just a second. Can you see me?
Ma'am, we can see the first slide, ma'am.
Okay, fine. So, Howard Gardner's theory I'm going to reiterate today, since we have shortage of time. Howard Gardner's theory and how the multiple intelligence theory can be, helpful in teaching of social sciences. So it proposes that people are not born with all the intelligences, and they have to develop some. So certain is dominant, certain intelligences are dominant intelligence, and then some are to be developed. So the challenge is to come out from the traditional notion of teaching and then move on to the new technology that we have just talked about, and inculcate that into our lesson plans. So we'll see next here what Howard Gardner says, that the biggest mistake that we have been doing in past centuries is teaching that has been to treat all the students as they are variants of the same individual, journal cognitive things, and thus to feel justified in teaching them all the same subject as the same way. So there should be a difference. So anything that is worth teaching can be presented in different ways. These multiple ways can make use of our multiple intelligences. So next we will see that what are the different types of intelligences that he has talked about. First is your verbal linguistic. I know most of the things that I'm going to talk about, we already have, been talking about it from the different classes and webinars there, and it is a recapitulating. Second is the logical mathematical. Then we have naturalistic, body kinesthetic, musical and rhythmic, interpersonal, intrapersonal, and visual. So to cater to all these intelligences, we have to, make our lesson plans and our teaching styles in such a way that we can incorporate all the students, we can cater to all the students. Okay, so first we can come on to the verbal linguistic intelligence. Here, the positive aspect is in this, the activities is the writing, reading, and memorizing. Now, this particular intelligence, you will see, the children with this dominant feature, they enjoy their writing, they are good editors, they are avid readers, they use good vocabulary, they remember quotes, and they're very good in analyzing things. So teaching activities that can be done, by us can be lectures, discussions, word games, oral readings, journal writings. So, and what can be the learning strategies, hearing, seeing words. There can be student-centered activities also where the students are presenting materials. Students are reading the content and they are preparing the presentations because they are good in their verbal and linguistic skills. So they can prepare the presentation, and peer learning is at the maximum in this. So teacher-centered activities can be a facilitator who can present content verbally and initiate the starting of the process of the children preparing themselves. Next, we move on to the logical mathematical intelligence. So it is, the children with this kind of dominant features, they can easily interpret data. They can, make abstract patterns, and they are very good in cause and effects. So teaching activities can include here brain teasers, problem solving, social science experiments that we are doing, mental calculations, number games, and student-centered activities, can be that logical sequencing, organizing, data in a particular way, flow charting. So the teacher-centered activities again can be, it can be like posing a challenge to the students, where the children, they are able to, create things on the logical and mathematical basis. Next, we have the visual and optical intelligence. Here you will see that these children, they are very good at maps. They are good at reading charts, drawings, mazes, puzzles, imagining things, visualizing things. Once I gave a child an activity that think that you are, in a past era in one of the khankas, and you tell what you are seeing around. And the child came out with such a good description. He could, it just came exceptionally good. So teaching activities can be draw, build, design, create, daydream. So it's daydreaming that was performed. Look at pictures, visual presentations, art activities, imaginatory games that can be played, mind mapping can be there. We just saw many of the, examples in the past, the two speakers that have just spoken about, and they've shown the presentations. Then activities can be used with the props, the lecture, during the lecture. Tangible items can also be used. So visual items, more and more visual items. As we are speaking for a very long time, what happens that the certain children, certain section of the children, they start feeling bored. They need to see things. And while seeing, the interest starts generating. So it is very important to include this particular section. Next is the musical and rhythmic intelligence. Now these children are the ones who are good at writing songs, and they can create very good raps. Just give them one particular maybe in the past any of the person who's of importance in history, and the enemy and two enemies together, and how they are conversing through the rap and including the information simultaneously. So it becomes easy, and children, they enjoy also, the listeners also enjoy. But you have to keep in mind that there you have to frame a time frame for that, that it should be for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, so that it doesn't prolong and it doesn't get boring. So play music in the classroom during reflection period. Bhakti Sufi movements that we take in class, it cannot be complete without playing different music, Sufi songs and all. And we have to show examples of musical rhythms to students to remember things, compose songs, lyrics. There are plethora of things that can be done with students who are good in this kind of intelligence. Bodily kinesthetic children. Now these are the children who are good at athletics, dance, craft, using tools, acting. So miming, then presenting small skits, asking them to perform role plays, dramas, and it is some of the very important tool that we can use in the class while we are teaching. Especially history. We just have to give them an small capsule from the history, and they can perform it. Give them time of 2 days, 3 days before, and give them a time limit for 5 minutes, 6 minutes, and they can come out with marvelous dramas and role plays. So teacher-centered activities here will be used. Props during lecture, provide tangible items pertaining to the content for students, and related examples can be there. Next, we have interpersonal intelligence. Now, these are the ones who are good organizers. They understand people. They are good at doing interviews, communicating, resolving conflicts. So you will find that when a project is being given to children, so they are the ones who are organizing it. In the group. Now the CBSE has started the group activities. We are doing it in groups in history especially. So we form groups of 3 to 5 children, where the children from different what you call intelligences are grouped together, and the organizing skill comes onto this child. Now he will be the one who will organize, who will try to circulate things, and then create an atmosphere where things can be doing in a much fruitful way. So friends, group games, social gatherings, community events, club mentors, all these are the instructional medias that can be used by teachers. Oral interviews can be there, group projects can be there, and the body language we have to keep in mind. Facial expressions we have to keep in mind, and we have to teach them how this can be further improved, for they can create a career out of it. Next, we move on to intrapersonal intelligence. Now, these children are the ones who are work alone. Activities can be given to them, like the reflect and pursue interest. Then individualized instructions, independent studies can be done with them. They're good, they have a self-esteem building things. So they can be promoted to do journaling, positive outlook of expressions. So we have to use time alone, self-paced projects, so they can excel in that. Next, we have the naturalistic activities, where children can go and connect to the learning with the nature. They're good at planting, they're good at trees and environmental sciences and all. So multiple intelligences is one thing that we have to keep in mind while structuring our syllabus and our curriculum in a way which is related to different, it is intra related with one particular subject to the other, where the things come out in a way where child's learning is maximum, and it is all inclusive. The whole class is included in the learning process. The whole class comes out alive when we are using all these methods together. But yes, we have to keep in mind the time frame where we have this time frame for completing the things, as we have a year only to. So for everything, the time frame is required so that the syllabus is also completed in time and things are also carried out properly. So what we have to do is diligently see that the lesson planning is in such a way that things are included. So it makes all these are the benefits that you can see, like teacher learners, they make the smart citizens, and intelligence are equally distinguished in the class. Everybody is catered to, and self-worth is there. Nobody feels neglected. Students, they widen their strong problem solving skills, and they are cooperative and adjusted in society. So learning is not the product of teaching. Learning is the product of the activity of learners. That is the most important. So keeping my presentation short, I would just like to say that teachers are the greatest agents in the fight for change in education, and methods that teachers use within their classrooms would determine students' success in life. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you so much, Ms. Vandana Parashar, ma'am. That was indeed a very insightful, very deeply said, exhaustive presentation made by you. And I hope everybody else, all the participants, our other panelists have also gained a lot of knowledge based on that. Before we move on, participants and panelists, I would like to invite Ms. Achima ma'am, who's going to take a quick Mentimeter feedback of all the presentations that have been done so far. Followed by we will have a short video on the summer activities of our school. Ms. Ashima ma'am, if you could please come in.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. So I will be sharing a link with you all in the chat box right now. And you can just log into menti.com or Mentimeter. That will help you to put the feedback and your learnings, and you can answer the questions simultaneously. Thank you.
Right, so participants, I hope it is clear what you need to do. You please have to log on to mentimeter.com. The name of the website has been shared with you. Use this link to please give us a quick feedback of the sessions that have come up so far.
This can be another tool for you all you can take up in the classroom that can help you to take feedbacks very quickly, or the answers to your questions very quickly whenever there is an open-ended question. So taking the learnings forward, I'm liking that, 13 people, the number is increasing of the participants that are responding. I'm really happy about it. Great.
Ashima ma'am, we have a question over here. One is asking, is this link for the whole session? If you could just clarify that.
No. This is not for the whole session, only for the first 2 sessions that have been taken up by Shalini ma'am and Vandana ma'am. So only for these 2. Rest will be coming up to you. Wonderful. Can we go on to our second question? Or you still want to respond to it?
Participants, if we can have just a little feedback from your end on the chat box as well. Do you want some more time?
The same code is there. Now you have to answer for what do you think out of the multiple intelligences that have been told by Vandana ma'am, which one is your class dominant multiple intelligence? So you just have to think about your class and then you have to see which one would you choose. Great, we can have more responses, I think. Wonderful. Great.
Ma'am, I guess one more minute and yes.
Definitely, we can wait just for one more minute and then we can go ahead with the video. Very well. I really enjoyed looking at all the responses from the participants. Thank you so much. Thank you. Over
Thank
to
you
you,
so
ma'am.
much. Thank you so much, Ashima ma'am. Thank you for all the help and the guidance. As also, thank you participants again for your feedback. Definitely, we look forward to what you have to say about it. Moving on, let's just quickly have the video with all of us before we begin with the next set of presentations. All right. much. Thank you so much. We will start with our next set of presentations to be done by Ms. Anju Singh. Ms. Anju Singh, over to you. If you could please start with your presentation, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, just.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, first of all, I was really excited to see so many new things which are happening, in this virtual mode. And initially, when I will tell you my experience. When I did my B.Ed, I thought, that, now I know everything about teaching. And then when I joined the teaching profession, every day was a new learning. And every day there is something new which was coming up. And then I realized, when I read the quote of Michelangelo, that you have to learn every day of your life. When he was learning at 87, believe me, there is so much time for us to go and learn. Now when we talk about learning, it should be the learning for the student as well as for us as well. It's very important that we values in our student and create fun atmosphere in our class. Because we have so many tools. We can be so knowledgeable as teachers. I may have a lot of information, but if I'm not able to impart that knowledge in a fun manner, believe me, the child will never be interested in learning that particular subject. And that, as Shalini ma'am has said very clearly, that's why social studies is considered to be a boring subject, which exactly is the opposite case. It is a very interesting subject, whether you talk about history, geography, or civics. So the ability or the willingness to learn is a choice. So as a teacher, first we should be willing to learn new things. I recall my incidents when when Microsoft came as a new technique in our school, almost like 4 or 5 years back. We were not very excited to learn, because we were saying, our bucket is already filled and we have so much to do. How can we do that? But now in COVID scenario, we are actually doing more technology than ever. And I am not a very technology friendly person. So if I can do it, I believe anyone can do it. And I have realized that technology is such a good friend of us. And I remember when I was a kid, Rajiv Gandhi used to say that 21st century has come. So I asked my parents, what will happen in 21st century? And they told, everything will be running on computers. So I said, okay, maybe majority of the things can run on computers, or it can be done online, but not everything. But right now I realize the 21st century has arrived. Everything is running online only. And especially teaching, which we have never thought, the personal connect is missing. But even in virtual scenario, we are able to connect that virtual, the personal connect. So it's very important to build an individual character as well as a national character. When I say national character, why I emphasize on that? Because I believe, I will give you an example. I live in Gurgaon, and there is a space over here which is known as a cyber hub. So I asked my student that how many of you have visited Cyber Hub, and majority of says, and what is your opinion about it? So 90% of the students said that, ma'am, it is so nice and clean that it doesn't look like it is in India. So I told them, see, that is the perception about India or Indians, that we don't keep our surroundings clean. So that has to be a national character. But when I go out of my school, or when I go out of my country, there has to be a certain positive attributes which I should reflect. And as a teacher, that is our responsibility to inculcate with our lessons. And then it can be only be possible if your lessons are interesting. So do not teach them in boring methods. And sometimes you have to bend the rules. When I say bend the rules, that doesn't mean you don't have to follow the syllabus or the lesson plan. Yes, you have to do that. That is, as Madhubem said, that is the pre-work which we have to do. But your lesson plan and syllabus has to be in such an interesting manner that every day when you enter your class, whether it is online or offline, the children should be, beaming with joy that, today ma'am is going to use something different. So you have to be innovative, you have presentation, that is very important. So I will also suggest, currently what all we have seen there, we have got a technology buffet. Okay, so when we have got a technology buffet, you have to pick up things which you can eat. When you go in a buffet, when you go to a wedding party, you don't eat everything. You eat what you like and what you can. Okay, so take few technologies which you are able to adapt easily, and then keep on exploring one technology every day so that you get a hold of it. And then, as we are sharing today, you can share it with your peer teachers, and then it will be really interesting to, you can see that technology can do wonders with your teaching. I'm very sure that you all might are, doing it. When I say involve fun in learning, fun can be anywhere. It's only up to you how you see the fun. I will share an incident with you that, one day I was teaching about Mughal Empire to my students, and I was telling them about Taj Mahal, showing the pictures, and then I talked about the, the Taj Mahal being dull and the ill effect of the pollution. Then I told, one day my youngest son told me that, Mama, you are looking like Taj Mahal. So all these students said, wow, ma'am, that's a compliment. I said, no, it's not a compliment, because, the moment he said I'm looking like a Taj Mahal, because I have pasted Multani Mitti face pack on my face. So, and why did he say that? Because when you see, there is a documentary where they have shown that to restore the Taj Mahal in its whiteness and its glory, they have applied the Multani Mitti pack on that so that it will clear all the dirt out of it. So you can share in your incidents, keeping in mind the guidelines and the, discipline part, but you have to be really funny and you have to act it out. All the teachers are good actors. Believe me, when you are going in a class, you are a good actor. Initially, when online classes started, I'm pretty sure that a majority of you will be working simultaneously in your kitchen as well as running your online classes. While you're teaching a student, you might have kept, milk to boil on the gas and half of your mind is over there. Okay, and then slowly you have understood, how to manage it and how to do things in a more effective manner. So today I'll talk about few things which I use in geography. First thing, as we all know, Google Earth. And the best part about Google Earth is you can use it for the integration of other subjects. So it's very important for us to have an interdisciplinary approach. Okay, I saw a presentation of one of my teachers who is teaching Hindi, but she has incorporated Google Earth to create a presentation of Dandi March. So students, that from Dandi, when Gandhiji started the march, which route did he take and how did he go over there? So it's not that Google Earth is only introduced in geography or can be used in geography. It's up to you. There are literature trips. Okay, Google Lit trips are there. So that is another wonderful tool where literature trips can be organized. Okay. What I personally like is this the number 3, that is Google VR Tour Creator. So if I can show you on my screen, I have created a sample where I have created a Google map. Just give me a minute. Okay, so when you open the tour creator, it's absolutely free. I hope you're able to see my screen. Shashwati ma'am, can you tell me that is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am. It is visible, though a little. 1 second.
Can you see the Google tour creator website?
Yes, it is showing create a virtual.
Yeah, that's the one the one I want to show. Okay, so when you use this create a virtual tour, all you have to do is, click on get started, and then it is redirecting me to, because you have to log in. I have already logged in, so it is redirecting me to my page where I have made a sample kind of a thing. Okay, and then you can click on new tour and you can make a tour. For example, if I'll show you, I have made a draft. Okay, wait a second. Yeah, so this one is mine, which I have created. That is the medieval architecture of India. So the tour is loading. So now the best part of this feature is that you can add pictures into that. You can add your own information over here in this box, and then you can have a 3D tour of that once you start publish. Okay, so you can, when you publish, you will get a link, and that link can be shared with the students. Okay, so whatever thing you are adding up to this presentation, you can actually share it with the students, and there are 3D views to see that. Okay, so that is one very good app which I use. Okay, another one which I use for geography is the Nat Geo Map Maker Interactive. Now, when we use that Map Maker Interactive, it is by National Geographic. So what I have seen in geography, that many students, even after reading about the ocean and the continent and the country, they are not very familiar with the location of the particular country. So what I do in this map maker interactive, you can choose, if you can see on my screen, there are options: legend, layers, base map, and data. So if you click on base map, there are varieties of map which appear. There is ocean, terrain, or satellite. So what I do, first I click on the Nat Geo map, and you can see all the countries over there. Now on the left hand side panel, there are so many, you can zoom it up, you can zoom. Okay, you can increase the zoom, you can reduce the zoom according to your wish, and then you can write on the map, you can add text to the map. So suppose I want to pin a location, I will select draw a marker. You can select any number. So if I select number 1, and I can put this number 1, say, in Algeria, and my topic for that particular day will be that location of African countries.
Excuse me, ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes,
but I'm getting this feedback that the PPT is a little unclear. If you could just make it full screen, perhaps, so it is more clear to those who are looking at it.
Ma'am, it is already full screen. It is full screen.
It is full screen? Okay.
Yeah, it is full screen. Yeah.
Okay. All right, ma'am. I hope it is clear to everybody now.
Okay. If you want, then at the end, I can share the PPT with you. The link can be shared. So in that way, you can draw the marker or another countries. And suppose if number 2, if I select and I put number 2 on Egypt, now I know the location of the country I have marked. Now I'll go back and change the map to the satellite image. Now, when I change the satellite image, the boundaries are gone. So you can, show this particular map to the students and ask them to identify this map based on the location. There are no borders. And you can, one day prior, you can give them information that today we are going to identify the location of the African countries or European countries. So in that way, they can find out. And then when you want to show the option, you can again go back to Nat Geo and they can see the information. It's a very interesting tool. Recently, I used that to teach longitude and latitude in class 6. So it shows latitude and longitude. You have to switch it on. When you switch it on, it shows the location. And if you can see here, where my cursor is moving, the latitude and longitude are exactly shown which particular latitude or longitude you are there. So when we talk about, calculation of time with respect to longitude, this was a very handy tool where, I couldn't show them the prime meridian. I can show them where India is, how many meridians the difference is, how to calculate time. So this was a very, very interesting tool for students to use. So it's more important, that we have to create something in which students are involved rather than, it's being a passive learning. So until you give the students to do something, they won't be interested that much. So that is, one thing which I swear by, where you have to involve a student. For example, I was really nice to see that game which Shalini ma'am did that, where we were climbing the mountains, near Port. That was really interesting. And as a teacher, you should be ready with some interesting facts. If you see whatever is written in the textbook, the student might have read the chapter one day prior as told by you, or even not told by you then also. So they are not interested in that particular information. You have to weave a theory, you have to weave a story around it. If you're talking about, Nizam of Hyderabad, everything is written about Nizam of Hyderabad in the textbook or in the reference book. What extra information are you bringing? So are these students aware that Nizam had a flag on which the symbol was of kulcha, the eating bread? So these are the all interesting information for you. For that, you have to do a little bit of research. So maybe, in your whole day, if you can spare 25 to 30 minutes, you can do enough research, enough resource material is there. And then we have webinars like this where we are sharing information. So again, online quizzing, as ma'am has shared all these things with you. Quizlet is there, Mentimeter is there. So what I do with Mentimeter, because Mentimeter is fun, a student can see the progress and they really like, who is running in the race. So when I teach any subject in geography or history, I ask my students to, rather than entering their whole name, they have to enter one name from the chapter. So suppose if I'm teaching Mughal Empire, I'll ask them to use a name like, if the child name is say Vansh, so I will say he will write Akbar-Vansh. You want to make it more difficult, ask them to put the year in which Akbar started ruling. Okay, you want to make it more interesting, ask any area where Akbar has ruled, or ask any monument. So they will write a monument made by Shah Jahan, Taj Mahal dash one. So that way, that thing will be embedded in their mind, which is very important. When we talk about offline quiz, again, it's your excitement which makes the whole lot of difference. Okay, if you go in a class, whether it is online or offline, and you have tension on your face, or you are not charged up yourself, the students sense that. We all believe and we all know that we are the transmitters. Okay, if we transmit positive energy, the other person catches it. If we transmit negative energy, the other person catches it. So make sure that you are very vibrant, you are very positive. So one thing which I like is when we do offline quizzing, what is in the box, where I ask my students to write a one question based on the whole chapter, and I divide them into the groups, and then I give one topic to each class, and they write interesting and new questions. So they frame the questions. So I've given this job to them. They are being involved in that, and then all that is put in the box in the class. And this we can do in the real classroom. If you want to do in virtual, then also it's very simple. Each child can frame one question, and then in your online class they can ask, and anyone who wants to answer, they can write in the chat box. So very easy but quick. The same quiz but in a different form, which I conducted recently, that I have and then who has. So we make a chit where a student writes a question, okay, and there is another box which is having the answers. So half of the class picks up the question, half of the class picks up the answer. So if the child is asking which is the highest mountain in the world, the child which is having the Mount Everest will get the answer. So it's like pairing them, and then this next child can ask the questions and keep. So it's like creating a suspense until unless if the child knows, yes, ma'am will come today, she will teach us topic, and then at the end there will be a quiz. So it's all boring. They need some excitement. What new today? This wall activity can be done for calculating time, okay, which is a very tricky topic for class 6. Okay, so you can make these clocks in their home. So you are integrating art in that. And then when you're using ice cream sticks to make the second clock and the minute clock and hour clock, so they can use that. You can ask them that any country and tell me what is the time difference, or what will be the time in this particular country if the time in India is 5:30 or 6:30 or whatever. So this can be a group activity, okay, so where one child is doing the calculation, the other childs are helping. So you build that cooperative nature. So that's how we build an individual character, that whatever I am being given, it has to be involved. It has to be, a cooperation has to be there with the whole class. Another interesting one is comic strip. So like as I previously shared a tectonic comic strip. So similarly, comic strip is a very good idea, which we recently incorporated, where we had done a comic strip based on Muhammad Tughlaq's blunders, shifting the capital from Delhi to Daulatabad, Devagiri, where, half of the population died. And then again, after he came back, realizing that it was a big mistake. So student loved it. So this is like, integrating history with English as well as art. So these are all comic strip which my student made. So don't just rely on technology, but integrate the technology where students are willing to do something. Okay, trivia. So trivia, when we do trivia, again, it has to be interesting. Give them the easy information first so that they can guess, and then use some information which is not readily available on the net. Because if you're doing it online quiz, they can, class secondary school students are very smart. They can side by side Google it and tell you the answer. So your research has to be in such a manner where a student has to really think about it. Like Shalini ma'am said, whether you are using objective question also, the student has to recall, and he has to be, apply some skill. So that skill, that application is very important. Teach what you are passionate about. That means what is your strength? My strength is quizzing. So I incorporate quizzing in history, civics, as well as geography. Okay, I'm not very good with technology, but now slowly I'm learning, or I should rather say that, this pandemic has forced me to learn it, but I'm in it now. So learning never stops, and that is one thing which we all should believe. So act it out. If I ask, all the teachers who are present here, anyone who thinks, they are very bad at acting, they can write in the chat box. But what I believe, each of us are very good actors. Okay, many times it happens that at home, something has happened, or we are not in our best shape, we are having some sickness, but then when we come in the class, everything is gone. And that's how it should be. Whatever, once you have a good class, there has been incidences where I entered a class and I was not in my good mood, but when I entered the class, I said, I have to teach them. And that excitement on their face, the atmosphere in the classroom, that has made me realize, if I have a good class, after the completion of the class, if I feel that yes, whatever my aim was for today, I have fulfilled that, automatically my mood is lifted. So you have to act it out. So you act it as if you are having so much of fun, and believe me, when you will act it, you will have the fun. Also, when we talk about the act it out for the student, it is the role play. So when we discuss the role play, like what we do now in the online platform, I make a script, and I just put numbers, roll number 1, 2, 3, like that, and I just post it on my Teams channel. And then students' roll numbers are there, so everyone remembers their dialogue. I incorporate my whole lesson in that. So if I'm doing a democracy or a chapter, so my whole democratic process is there in the script. So once the student enact that, half my chapter is completed, and then now again I have to go back on a little bit of explanation, and then the reflection methods, which are already discussed by the earlier presenters. Another interesting method is the postcard method. So when you can take it in geography as well, okay, you can take it in history as well, easy, everyone must have used it. Okay, so one thing which I want to share over here, that as an educators, it is our duty and should be our desire also. Don't just be a teacher, be as a facilitator, be an educator. You are there to make the citizens, the responsible global citizens in this world. Okay, so that is very important. So keep that you are in this noble profession, and that's how you can create fun using all these technologies in your class. So thank you so much. I hope you have enjoyed.
Right. Thank you so much, Sanju ma'am. That was really wonderfully presented, and very, very quick things that we all, I think, can do in our classrooms as well. With that, thank you again. We move on to our next panelist. I'm sure he's waiting. Mr. Nizar, if you can please come in and start with your own presentation. Thank you so much, sir. Over to you, sir. Yeah.
Can I do the screen sharing?
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can I?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can,
you can start.
Good morning, everybody. Hope you are doing good. Can you see the image on screen? Yes, it's an iceberg floating. Yeah, it's an iceberg floating on this ocean. Can you just imagine the size of the submerged portion of this iceberg? Is the same size of the visible portion, or smaller or bigger? Just think. My dear teachers, it's 87% of the volume of iceberg will underwater. Only 1/9 is possible. So the mind of our children is like an iceberg. As teachers, we normally used to focus on the visible part, whereas we fail to observe and understand the part which remains submerged. That happens to the largest and the most crucial part of the mind. I can take one more picture. I think you can see one more, small video. Without the willingness and cooperation of child, whatever the tools or methods or methodologies we have been using will be futile. All our effort will be wasted like the water which is unable to fill inside the pot as it is not in the correct position. Being a social science teacher, we have more challenging role as instructors because already there is a stereotype image about our subject, social science, is bored or dry. It's not my opinion, in fact. So to avoid monotony in the class, to ensure the readiness of all children inside the class, we must have some shortcut method or tactic programs or policies before commencement of our class. It's our responsibility, my dear teachers, to turn the pot in the right direction and fill the water. So there's lies the importance of strategies of proactive classroom management. What it is proactive classroom management? A host of proactive strategies that teachers can implement to prevent the occurrence of problem behaviors and create a classroom environment that is conducive to learning. Precaution is better than cure. So to ensure this conducive learning in our class, we must follow certain strategies with all our tools or all our methodologies or methods. We have to follow, if we can follow certain strategies, definitely, no doubt, our subject will be, all our children will love our subject also. So there is the first one, organizing a productive classroom. Organizing a productive classroom, it is, once again, I want just to remind you all, these all points, there are many strategies. I just randomly picked a few, and many points, many strategies we have been, utilizing in our, or implementing in our classroom too. But every strategies are not suitable for all age groups and all schools also. So based on our suitable situation, we can just select the strategies. So organizing a productive classroom, it's all students can see all instruction without much strain or much difficulties. That's first one. All students want to be able to move around the class without distracting others. And students should not face to the traffic. This way we want to arrange or organize our classroom. Next, classroom rules, expectation, and procedures are visible in known by very student. So here we all have many classroom rules and expectations and all, but just two things we want to remember. First one is classroom rules, 3 to 5 maximum classroom rules we can keep. And this all expectation and classroom rules must be prepared by our children, not by we teachers. Positive greeting at the door to pre-correct and establish positive climate. We know many schools, even in GCC, many schools following this one. Morning itself, we are welcoming our children with very good smiley face and positive gestures like shake hand and thumbs up and all. We are just welcoming children to create or to establish a positive climate in the class. Independent seat work is managed and used when it is needed. We can throw the works activities to the table of, or on the table of children, because I believe students-led activity is more effective than teacher-led activities. Teach, model, and reinforce pro-social skill. Being a social science teacher, we are the people actually want to make more pro-social skill or want to teach more pro-social skills in the class, because as we all know, they are the next generation, they are the next productive citizen of the world, or the global citizen of world. Teacher proximity. Teacher proximity mostly like misunderstanding, like pampering children or giving spoon feeding. It is not like that. Teacher proximity means teacher want to be around the class whenever a child needs the support or scaffold of a teacher. Teacher is supposed to be there to support that particular child, and teacher should not be idle in one corner of the class. Motivation system. Motivation system to reward desirable behavior. We know we used to give motivations and all based on their performance, based on their activities and all. We used to give lots of privileges and lots of rewards to the children. At the same time, We want to remember the children, a group of children. Sure, I'm sure that is there will be a group of children, those who are not reached to our expectation or our target. So we want to scaffold them, we want to support, we want to give kind of motivation to that particular group too. We should schedule of classroom activities. We want to schedule, we want to paste this classroom activities on the bulletin board. Then definitely children will be happy, and they knew that is when it will be happening, when our activity will be complete, and it will be clear. 5:1 ratio of positive to negative interaction. My dear teachers, try to give maximum positive interactions into the class with a smiley face. Then definitely there will be no doubt, I'm sure, with this all strategies and all this methods and tools. If we are just adding this a few more points, I'm sure that is our children will love our subject, and there will be no this stereotype image about our subject. We can change that, is definitely, no doubt. With this, thank you. Have a good day.
Right. Thank you so much, sir. Indeed,
thank you,
again, a very exhaustive one, classroom management over there. Before we move on, participants, let's quickly have another Mentimeter session. I'm again inviting Ms. Ashima here. Ms. Ashima, if you could come and take over, and if you could guide our participants accordingly. Yes.
Yes. So I have just added the link in the chat box, so they can just drag it up.
Participants, please go ahead, click on the link and kindly give your feedback before we proceed with the next set of, or last set of presentations in fact. Waiting for all of you.
Okay, one last more minute for this question, then we'll move on to the next question. Okay, shall we move to the next question?
Ma'am, I think we can move on to the next one.
Yes, definitely. Now, the next question is, which learning strategy will be your learning strategy in classroom mentioned from Madhu ma'am's presentation? So let's see the responses now. Okay. I'm expecting some more responses. Quick.
Ashima ma'am, there
Yes,
is
ma'am.
a question regarding Mentimeter, so I think it is relevant right now. I just wanted you to answer this while they are still at it. I think Sudeshna ma'am has posted this message. While using the Mentimeter, if a student writes something wrong or incorrect, can the teacher remove it or edit it? If you could just explain it to her, maybe.
No, we cannot edit or take up the responses, but we can take a collective response. Thereon, we can discuss and then give the feedback.
All right. I hope that answers your question, ma'am. If you have any further queries, you can post it on the chat box and we'll pick it up from there.
Can I share one thing, ma'am?
Yeah,
Regarding
sure,
this
ma'am.
question?
Sure.
Yeah.
Please.
I think in Mentimeter there is one area where you can click and you can disable using certain kind of languages. So that disbars the students from using any offensive language. So that is actually work as a filter. So that I think you can use.
Right.
Yeah, definitely, ma'am. Filter is possible, but not editing the
not
incorrect
editing. Yeah, editing is not possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm sure that helps our participant. She had a little doubt over there regarding the same.
So today I am going to take a lot of takeaways with me from this webinar for sure. I think it was such a nice one that I have not attended before this. Amazing.
Yeah, ma'am, definitely. Even I find it quite exhaustive and very, very researched and well planned and well presented, definitely, for sure. And I also have my takeaways over here, from here, actually.
So last 1 minute that will take up the responses. So shall I stop sharing? I hope most of you have done it.
Yeah, ma'am, I think enough time there and we can start with your presentation now. Thank you so much, ma'am. You're already here, center stage. So please start.
Thank you so much. Okay. Just a moment. So good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm here to share share a few more tools that will help you out surely. One second. To share. Yeah. So getting ready with the EdTech tools, we have to delve deep into these tools so that we can share these up with the children and we can use them while teaching. Just as the pandemic, when it expanded its arms all through the world, the only thing that came into everybody's mind was that the life is still now. Life is still, it's no more learning, no more working, but now the teachers were still under the control that yes, we have to reach each and every child's life. We have to, portray that, we have to make sure that we can take this forward as an opportunity to brush our skills as well as to make more learning possible from our learners. So, taking it forward from here, Bill Gates said very beautifully that technology is just a tool. In terms of getting the kids working together and motivating them, the teacher is most important. So, each one of us, each one of you, everybody is important. Why? Because today we are getting trained, but after all, it is only for the benefit of our little ones who are learning. Little learners were learning, I hope. Yeah, I hope you all will agree with me that I have added this quote just because each one of you is important, each one's learning journey is important, and I'm really sure about it that when we say educator, facilitator, a teacher, that itself means that we're learning every day. Every day is a learning journey, every day. Like ma'am before who gave the presentation, she also quoted that since the time she has taken up B.Ed, it was like she knew everything. But now when you come into the practicality of teaching, it becomes a journey for every day. Yeah. Okay, so taking it up forward, firstly, we'll discuss the virtues of EdTech tools. Like what all benefits are there and how is it useful for the educators or the facilitators. To be on a first note, I would say it makes learning journey fun. How? Because kids are more involved. The children, they try to learn more because they are always into the habit of taking a lot of games, lot of puzzles online. Yeah, these days they have become more techie than we are. And it makes their learning journey joyful. And indeed, making it a very beautiful journey, a very beautiful learning outcome that the kids can take up. Yeah. And the second one is the personalized learning experience. Personalized learning experience for the children as well as the teaching experience for the teachers. Why? Because every time they want to learn something new, these tools bring them up, and then again whenever the teacher wants to connect to them, if for example if I say there is a discussion going on in the classroom, you have to just imagine that you're taking a discussion, be it any topic, and you find that okay, now I feel that my learners know a bit about it. Yeah, so I would just see if they know or they don't know anything about it. You can use one of the tool out of here and you can just quickly check it out that if it is happening. The personalized touch is there. You can create your own tools. These all are customizable tools so that you can add your own personalized touch also and take up their also experience. Yeah, they also give an accessibility to the knowledge so that the learning of the procedures or learning of the learning material that we're doing goes on for a lifelong learning journey. Yeah. The next thing that I would like to tell you here is accessibility to knowledge gives them a power, gives them a sense of wisdom that yes, see, an enlightenment that I know this much about this particular thing. So they can grab it. It stays with them forever. Whenever something is taught in the way the children learn, the way, that was a place where we have to take up the multiple intelligences. If your class is say visual learner. So we can say that, okay, you can show them some visuals, you can share some videos with them, and you can take it up. If they're kinesthetic, you can tell them, okay, we'll play a game and that is going to stay with them forever. I also feel that if the things would have been told this way to us, today we would have not thought that, okay, SST or any other subject is really difficult. In our time, it used to be very difficult. But now, by teaching methodologies that we're using, it is becoming favorite for the children. They are scoring 100 on 100. The scoring is not important, but the learning is staying with them forever, I think. Then collaborative learning, collaboration with the students and the teachers together, teachers and teachers together, students and students together, making groups, bringing them all together. These all are the virtues that help that can be helped up from the EdTech tools. Going forward, okay, here is a tip from my side that we must focus on different tools, keeping in mind the combination of the level of learners. One thing, level of learners should be kept in mind whenever we are taking up any of the learning or teaching material, and the technological skills we possess. First, we have to explore more, right? Explore, 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 and then we have to implement those. We have to be confident enough that yes, I can do this. I am here to do this, and I will be able to do this. So you don't have to be you don't have to lose your confidence there that, okay, this is happening, so you will not do it. No, you have to make sure that you do it, and you share it with your learners that, see, this is something new, and I'm sure they will be so happy and very eager to learn all of it. Yeah. So going ahead, today I will be sharing about tools. Basically, I will be sharing 6 tools with you all. I'm sure some of you would be using, like I've just seen. So we will just go and revisit those, yeah, so that these are brushed up and they can come into the memory, so they can stay with us. Yeah. Okay. Going forward with the quizzes. Quizzes is one place where you can create fun element quizzes. Beautiful quizzes are available, or you can create your own quizzes and you can share with the learners. I'm sure about one thing here, that while you were using quizzes, you must have also felt that, see, you come into the shoes of the learners. And then if you find the things very interesting, don't you feel that they stay with us for a longer period of time? We remember, okay, this was a picture that was there in that whole quiz, and I think that this is going to stay with me now. Yeah. So this is what is there in quizzes. You can create, this is what your quizzes dashboard looks like. Here, if you have logged into the, I hope you can see my cursor. Yeah. So here you can easily see your own account details. Then in case you want to create something, you can go to this place and create your own quizzes. Then there is a search button here, search tab, that can help you to search different quizzes that are there. So for example, if I wanted to search about social science, there were many that came, many, according to the topics, according to the level of the students. Everything was easily displayed, and it was easy to implement. It is just, there is a share button. We can share either through link, or we can share it as an assignment or a practice quiz with our learners. Okay, so in case we want to do some collections, or we have collected something that goes into your collections and your library here. So this is what, and in case, yes, you want to join your game, if you have the code for that, you can simply tap this button and you will be there, right? So if there would be time, we will try to do this quiz also. Going forward, quizzes for the code, the way I was telling you that you have to just go there. So this is the basic dashboard when it comes to the entering of the game code. So you can easily do it. It's very user friendly. Trust me, the people who think that they are not so tech friendly, let me tell you, if you are there in this era. So you are techie. I am sure about it. You're using smartphones, you're using laptops every day. We are doing everything, isn't it? So we can do it. This is very easy. You can just go on this website, quizzes.com, and then you can try making your own quizzes. I'm sure your learners would love it. Then going on forward, this is edge puzzle. Edge puzzles are my personal favorite because I can see what do my learners have learned so far. There are some video comprehensions that you can create. So here is one example that I'll share with you. 1 second, I'll share with the computer sound as well. So this one is here. I hope this is visible. Yes?
Thanks for stopping by. Today we're talking about plate tectonics. The Earth's crust is made up of plates that move across the Earth's surface. The continents sit on these plates and move around with them. You may be familiar with the supercontinent Pangaea that formed about 270
So the first question came. The supercontinent is known as Pangaea. So what would you say about it? The video will not go forward unless and until we answer the question. So as in what has been given in this particular video, so it is going to ask the question simultaneously. So as you can see here, if I say true, this is submit. And if the child doesn't know the answer, he or she can rewatch, or you can even skip. But skipping, personally, I don't feel it is possible because, you know, let the children get the comprehension of this side by side very quickly.
million years
So if
ago.
I continue,
Its formation and subsequent separation were the result of plate
these are
tectonics.
the questions that have
So
been
what is
settled by
causing
the
these plates to
educator
move?
or the creator of this video. Yeah. So it is something like this. Then I would go on to the next thing. Yeah. So this was here, and you can, this is also very easy to create. You can either take the content that is already available, or you can also create your own. You can take the videos from YouTube and convert them into the Ed Puzzle content. So that's completely your own choice. This is also based upon the level, the class level of the children, or the level like 1, 2, 5, whatever you want to choose. This was there in the video that I showed you just now. So in case the learner gives an incorrect answer, so the red button is shown here. We can easily discuss with the learners, and then we can do the MCQ type questions very easily. Right, and going on forward, we have flippity.net. Flippity is also one of the beautiful place where the learners get a lot to learn from. You can also see that on Flippity there is lot to explore and lot to ponder upon. You know, if you think that while you're taking a session in the classroom, there is a student who says that, ma'am, see, you did not give me a chance, or sir, you did not give me a chance to answer. So what you can do is you can quickly take it up like this. I just wish it should work. Yeah. So it is a spinner. You can write the names of the children, and it can go on and on and on, and it can take any one child's name, and maybe that child might answer. So the name comes here. So that child has to answer back, right? Also, it has some other features. Like, for example, if I have to teach a lesson of English or a lesson of social science, and there I find that the children are not able to, you know, take up these spellings very easily because it becomes a little difficult for them to understand these spellings. So what we can do is we can take these flashcards or the spelling words. So this is a literature thing that I have with me right now. If there is, for example, the spelling for narrator, right? So if I play it up, the children will get to know the pronunciation, one thing. They will be able to tell me the spellings, like the segmented spellings easily. Then they will also be able to practice the quiz, and there is lot more. Let me show you this.
Narrator. N. Narrator. N. A. R. R. A. T. O. R. Narrator.
So like this, they can easily speak with the sound. Again, they can even practice. So
Spell. Narrator.
if I have to write narrator, for example, and if I write a wrong spelling, for example, right? So the child,
Oops. Narrator. N.
it has to,
A.
it is correcting
R.
as well. You're getting an
R.
option to correct
A.
the spelling as
T.
well here.
O. R.
Again, if we go for quiz.
Spell. Cereals.
Cereals. Okay. Cereals. If I've written this,
Spell.
it will share
Disease.
the result at the end for the quiz. And in the area where it is more, we can have a snowman game or the word scramble, word search. You can create word puzzles here. Yeah, so here, if I see, there are some words. Some words will be given at the end, and we will have to look for those words, right? So if I say, oops, it has to come from here, and then this is shrunk. So it will cross it automatically once it is done by the learner, because I have created it, then I cannot try it right now. But I can give it to the children and they can try it out easily. Next, they also have some board games where you can create, children love to play games, be it quizzes, board games, bingo, whatever. You give them games and don't expect that they won't learn. They will definitely learn. Like I was just using the Mentimeter. So here also it has a word cloud like that. So all these little things that we can try out in the classroom. In Flippity, we can also make the charts. Like what sort of charts I'm talking about is like if I have to create the story line or story table sort of a thing. So what we can do is we can simply put the year. There comes a place where we have to write the year, then there comes a place where we have to write the date, the month, and what was there. Then another milestone that gets added, then another milestone, and at the end, the whole storyline is prepared very easily. Then we have puzzle.org. So puzzle.org is a beautiful place again, which provides you to create your own puzzles. For example, the children find the spellings of archaeological difficult, extraction difficult. So when they learn, I'm sure that you all would also agree to it. They can create you can create the puzzles for them, and either you can give them in an enrichment kind of a sheet, or in the sheet where you can take a printout, or these can also be played online. So this is very easy, user-friendly stuff that I'm sharing with you, that I generally share in my own classes as well. So they just have to write the spellings here, and that is done. The hints are given with the letters. They just have to guess what letter will it be, and unscrambled all, and then they have to just put it by their own choice. Yeah. Going forward, it's Pixton. This is one that I love to use in my classrooms, because I have learners of the age group, maybe like the primary years, so they love to read comics these days. Comics have become the favorite for the children. So here you can create your own comics. See, I'll show you one. I created one wherein the teacher is there, wherein the students are there. So you can create your own backgrounds. You can create, you can take your own characters here. You can make your speech bubbles, your shout bubbles, your question mark bubbles. Everything can be taken up by your own, and you can edit also. As many as frames you want, you can create. But yes, I would like to tell you here that this is not a fully free version. This is partially free and partially paid. So in a partial free, you can create up to 12 to 15 to 18 these slides in one go. So I hope that is enough for introducing a chapter or introducing something new that you want your children to learn. So here, as the teacher comes inside the classroom and she says that, dear students, do you know what is three-dimensional model of Earth called? So there comes a child. This bubble shows that it is exclamation. Yes, miss, my daddy told me that it is a globe, right? So amazing, you are right. So this way you can create multiple bubbles and multiple characters can be taken up. Just that, not more than 18 to 20 slides can be created in the free version. Otherwise, I hope that is enough for us like educators to introduce a chapter with this. Isn't it? What do you say? You can tell me later. Again, Kahoot, it is everyone's favorite these days. So quizzes, be it anything, the quizzes, you know, generally they enhance the learning. They enhance the part to, you know, think critically for the children. They become more creative. If you give the questions in a little twisted form here in the quizzes or Kahoot, so they can easily choose the answers and they can give you the answers, right? Going forward to this is also user friendly. Varied question options are there, true, false, or answering. Again, this is also not fully free. This is partially free, but yes, this is very, very, very interesting. The children, they just love to play. And these days, when in India, the Independence Day is approaching, playing these Independence Day quizzes and these other quizzes, like, you know, they can have the quizzes from the pre-created stuff also. There is a lot of stuff that's there on Kahoot, a lot. Whatever you type and you will get 10 to 15 results on one page for that. So you can easily explore, you can easily take it up in your classrooms, and I'm sure you're going to love it. So this was a quiz that I found interesting. It was about geography, like what all imaginary lines run. So longitudes, latitudes, all these things are there in this particular Kahoot. So the kids can do it and they can take it again and again. They can do a practice quiz. They can do it again so that they can brush up their skills. They can also see the scores so that, you know, they can feel a little competitive also in a positive manner, of course. Yeah. Taking it forward from here, yes, technology gives the quietest student a voice. This is what I actually admire about this quote, because technology, like even if a quiet child is there, no, he will also come and tell you one day or the other that, ma'am, see, I could learn so much. Even if you ask that child, okay, what have you learned? What have you seen? He won't tell you. But when it comes to technology, they are so tech friendly that, you know, they can do it easily. It's just like their voice. Whatever they want to say, they can either write, like the way we have just taken up your feedbacks. So isn't it like, even if you're quiet, but still you all had a voice and you could give it easily. Yeah. And these are some responses from the facilitators that I've conducted the trainings with before, who have given me a lot of things that what do they like about, you know, with these tools, these edtech tools. Some say quizzes, some say flippity, some say edge puzzle, and, you know, even see here, she is a Hindi teacher, and still she says that Kahoot is beautiful and it is helping her students to brush their skills, and she could give them challenges now and again, and they can practice very easily. So Pixton is also helping a lot of people. Pixton is one thing, you know, where you can create a lot of stuff using the comics, because children love to read, and if we present something to them that is helping them and that is of their own choice, I'm sure they're going to love it. So before you create, you have to explore, you have to try, you have to examine, you have to hear others, what they say about it. And then finally, yes, you can create. Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope you liked it.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. That was indeed so well said and so well all put together. I was enjoying all those lovely websites you have just mentioned and all those lovely games that we can play and the quizzes that one can make. For sure, I'm sure the others have also loved your presentation, as I can see in the chat boxes. Yes, that's the feedback. So moving on, our last panelist on board, Ms. Jayanti, if you are ready with presentation, you can take over, ma'am. And thank you for such a long wait. Thank you for having so much patience with all of us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here. Over to you, ma'am.
Am I visible?
Yes, ma'am, you are. You are.
Yes, thank you. Very good afternoon, one and all, who all gathered here on this e-platform. Social science is a very big subject. Within the short span of time, I'm sharing few what we are following, the simple practical methods and techniques in our classroom apart from teaching. My experience in classroom teaching, how, what, and follow the steps I'm giving and I'm sharing here. Thank you. A teacher's purpose is not to create students in his own image, but to develop students who can create their own image. What does that look like in social studies? What are we already doing that looks like that? What should we start doing that looks like that? It's social science. It's about people and the societies in which they live. It involves the learning from the past, investigating the present, and considering the future of people and their societies. The social science curriculum over the past years has changed drastically, both in content and methodology. Selecting an organization of resources to enable students to develop a critical understanding of society is a challenging task. There are many useful teaching methods to support effective teaching in social science to keep children motivated and fully occupied. But there is no single method of teaching which fits all the learning situations. Only we follow a little bit of less number of techniques in classroom. Therefore, to make the learning of social science more enjoyable and effective, there is a need for innovations in teaching methods. Some of the methods which can be used in school to capture the attention of the children are follows. One, activities based on teaching. All we follow that in class. Activity-based learning or ABL that describes a range of pedagogical approaches to teaching. Its core premises include the requirement that learning should be based on doing some hands-on experiments and as well activities. The kind of activities when we incorporate how the students are enjoying. Next, local craft and museum. By visits to museums, students may explore the local surroundings and observe the activities of artisan communities engaged in different crafts using local skills and materials. The next one, we all follow in classroom, debate and discussion. In this method, it involves the use of a small group of students where each group will have a leader who initiates the discussion of the issue of a subject matter. Every member of the group is given equal opportunity or chance of making contributions to any of the discussions. The dramatization method, the next one, which the students where they like and enjoy to the more to understand the topic. This is one of the most effective methods of stimulating the students in what they learn. It is a natural way by which students they express freely their understanding of the life around them. The method allows for a great deal of involvement and participation by the students physically, emotionally, and mentally. The students who are less active in academic work can also be engaged in this activity. This is what we are focusing. Someone was sending the message on the chat box, less active in academic. We call it low achievers. This will provide them the opportunity to create a sense of belonging. They are also involved and part of the class activities. Drama, what does it mean? The develop ideas cooperatively with others. Remember to be brave and give it a try. Always watch and listen during a performance. Make sure you speak loudly and clearly. Always use the space sensibly and safely. Next, move on. Role play, which always we give the topic since we are in the social science handling the subject. Teaching through role playing is a great way to make children step out of their comfort zone and develop their interpersonal skills. The next one, all they are familiar with this and present situation, computer aided learning. In this method, especially designed software applications are used to learn a subject. The main objective of this program is to attract the students, retain them in the schools, and to improve the quality of the education through animated multimedia-based educational content, which all we are looking around, and many of us that discussed the same before me. Social science lab. We used to conduct the exhibitions where the students project their own skills into the model. The permanent display of important maps and globes, pictures and charts and constant reference to them by teaching is sure to make the teaching of social science more effective, lively and interesting. Then move on to next, library, where all they can get the source of material we encourage. Effective teaching of social science is crucially linked to the efficient functioning of the school library and of teachers who are trained to use the resources that the library provides. It is one of the major resource center for learning activity where we can use it effectively. Students can be assigned to read some topics in the library to broaden their understanding of what the teacher has taught in the classroom. Reading habit will enhance through storyboard. Storyboard teaching we all use in our classroom. It is a great way to teach any subject which requires step-by-step memorization or visualization, highly conceptual ideas. History teachers can use a storyboard to recreate a famous event. Such visually stimulating activity will ensure that even complex ideas are easily put across to students. Next, move on to solving puzzles. They are very much interested to solve kind of puzzles at the same time online games. Learning is fun when puzzles and games are part of education. Children may not require taking conscious effort when their lessons are introduced through games. They find out the skill this we incorporate in assignments, classroom activities, and the next activities and lessons for video tools. Flipping the classroom, create current events videos, create a video about a historical event, person, concept, or time period. Create screencast about a topic or concept. Record a how-to video. Create a travel video. Nowadays we are doing virtual videos. Create a spoof of a historical event. The children, they like to work on computer, how it was before and during the classroom, and after that what they achieve. There are many teaching methods and resources available to teach social science subject. There is the need to select appropriate methods to achieve the desired objectives. The resources can be determined by what is available and relevant to the students' age, ability, and kind of interest what they show. We have discussed a few out of other methods available for use in the teaching of social science. The methods discussed are not exhaustive. It also bears that no single method of learning can adequately fit all learning situations. However, it should be noted that there is no best method of teaching social science, but combination of the other methods would definitely help in achieving the desired instructional objectives. I thank for this all opportunity. I extend my thanks to the DPS management and our principal ma'am, Mrs. Asna Nafis, and thank one and all for watching this program so patiently. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for that lovely presentation. Again, very deeply researched, and the participants must have had a huge takeaway after all these rounds of presentations. Thank you again, ma'am, for being here. And thank you everyone else, all the panelists who have been here patiently waiting and listening each other out. We shall have a quick feedback session which Ms. Ashima will be doing on the Mentimeter. Ms. Ashima, ma'am, if you are here and if you could just take over and do the feedback session, and then we'll move on to the last question answer round quickly.
Definitely, ma'am. So the last Mentimeter thing for the day. I hope you all are excited for another one. So here comes the link. 1 second. One minute. I think there is some network glitch, ma'am. 1 second, I'll take a moment.
All right. Ms. Ashima, until you just figure that out, shall we just start with the question answers just so that the participants are, their questions are answered? Yeah. Okay. So until Ms. Ashima ma'am comes back, we will just quickly take up a few questions that I kind of read up on the chat box over here. So one of the questions that was being asked, it was by one Mr. Shakir Hussain, who wanted to know, can you suggest some practical strategies of differentiated instructions in social science? I believe if Madhu ma'am could take that question. Miss Madhu Upal ma'am.
Yeah, sure, Shashwati, I would like to answer. As I have covered a lot of strategies, so definitely I would love to answer this. So first of all, I would like to say that differentiated instruction is just a way of thinking. It's not like to be a pre-planned list of strategies, because sometimes as per the situation in the classroom or as per the learning difficulty of the child, we need to decide certain things. So it just keeps on changing in different learning situations. And I would say that fare isn't equal for all. So definitely I would like to highlight here one of the strategy which I have already shared, that is scaffolding. So it is a kind of strategy where child is really required assistant at every level. And if we look into the detail of differentiated abilities, we can segregate into three important. I think the abilities can be differentiated in three areas, like content and the process and the product. And when I'm talking about content, first of all, we should keep in mind what is our learning outcome. If the content which I'm sharing with all 30 children, and if one child is not able to take it up, then definitely I should be flexible enough to provide a different kind of learning situation to that particular child, so that child is able to respond in the class or to get that confidence. Yes, I'm also at certain level able to contribute. And when it comes to the process, then we should be able to cater to needs, like we can just assign learning buddies. So that really helps, because the connection between child to child, it really makes difference. So there are certain children, those who are really extra, I would say, having extra abilities. So they can really help these children out and boost the confidence level in the classroom. And when I talk about the product, then definitely I would like to highlight here the product. Again, it comes at what we want, what is our learning outcome. So if a child is doodling in my class, but still he is using the information which I am sharing, that piece of drawing definitely is worth for me to go through, rather than to have a child who's having 30 out of 30, and it just I would say that rote learning or understanding level is not as creative as that child who is a slow learner. This question has put up by other participant also. So that's for slow learner, what should be the strategy? So I would say this: we should be open and flexible to embrace such kind of learning, the differentiated instructions for these kind of learners, so that we can just give them that platform and the motivation so that they can move forward. And another thing I would say that we should have a different level of project. So the level should not be the same for all. Maybe the learner, those who are really very keen and bright, and those who want to come forward, the task can be little of higher level, and the difficulty level can be differentiated. And those who are to be given the scaffolding or the support, then at different levels we can just provide that. And another strategy which I have shared, that scaffolding assignments. This is like a minimum learning program. I've been using it a lot. We have been using it, just the content or the text to be zero down or the narrow down to a level which the child can just take away the key term, key concept, so that whatever level is required for a particular grade, the child is able to cover up those learning objectives, and I should be able to take out those learning outcomes. So whatever strategies I think works best out of these, and we can go for it.
Right. Thank you so much, Ms. Madhu ma'am. Thank you so much again. We have one more question here, which is asking how to adopt experiential learning in the present day situation. It has been asked by Payal Das, one of the participants. If Anju ma'am, our panelist, Anju Singh ma'am, can take that question, please.
Yeah, thank you, Sashwati ma'am. So when we talk about experiential learning, it zeroes down that the child has to experience. Okay, when we are in a regular school mode, the experience is the physical experience, okay, where child do hands-on activity. But here in the online scenario, it is the visual experience which as educators we are providing to the children. So first we have to, be thorough with our content, and then based on the content or the topic, we have to decide which activity or which online tool we are going to use. Like for example, Ashma ma'am gave that comic strip tool, Pixton. Okay, it's very interesting. Okay, and if we are using it for primary children, they are actually experiencing that how they can put their thoughts in form of a comic. Recently, we have done a virtual tour for marine mammals or marine animals. Okay, so students saw that virtual tour, and based on that, you know, what they experienced, the reflection was taken in the form of Padlet. So we are using the online tools to reflect their experiences. Okay, so as a teacher, you know, we have to be smart enough and uh, be a hands-on person to know that which tool can be used for which particular subject. When we are teaching about history, when we were talking about Harappan civilization, so we ask our children to, you know, use the clay, the molding clay in their houses to make their own seal. So they were very excited that, you know, I can make a seal on my own. So they learned the concept of seal as well, and then they did an activity themselves. They made an old inscription paper using coffee liquid and a paper where they wrote, you know, in calligraphy. So they were making their maps on that inscription activity. So any activity which you can, you know, make a child, you know, go through an experience. It can be a visual experience, it can be a video, like Madhu ma'am has shared a video of the Mughal empires where they were talking about the paintings and all. So the child can correlate to it, and it's very important to connect that historical information or geographical information to the present. When we talk about, you know, global warming, or we talk about, you know, what is happening in nature, we have to give an example where the student can relate and he can feel that I can also do something. Until unless we involve this, you know, where the child can relate himself being an individual who can bring a change, so then our, you know, target is achieved. There is recently, you know, there was a news about a girl, Jannat, from to clean the Dal Lake on her own. And now in CBSE books, there is a chapter in Hindi books named after her. So every child will feel that, okay, if I do something, even if it is a small, you know, people can take notice of it and it will bring some change in, you know, society. So that's our goal as an SST educator, you know. So through the experiential learning in this online mode, I will say that experiential learning can go to a new level, and we can, you know, achieve what we are aiming for. So I hope that clears it out.
Yeah,
Very well
thank you.
explained, Anju. Very well explained. Yeah.
Yes, definitely very well explained, ma'am. And I think your question has been well answered. We have just one more question here. What is the best strategy that can be applied for slow learners to make social science more interactive in the classroom? I would like Ms. Vandana to take that query, please, if you can. Ms. Vandana Parashar?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes.
So
Yes.
there are, you know, many things that can be done in that regard. First, there can be compensatory teaching. Then next we can take remedial teaching. Depends on child to child. There are many things which can be, you know, made specifically for the child, seeing the different, you know, other aspects, you know, the emotional level and the, you know, confidence level and outgoing child is or introvert. You can have instructional strategies for the students. Then you can also have peer tutoring. Now, peer group of children can be there, you know, they can be grouped together. Now, grouping also can be done in different ways. There can be a group which is a interest grouping. Now, interest grouping, where grouping students is based on topics they want to study. Okay, the next grouping can be ability grouping, where putting students with similar skills and ability, they can be put together. Then next grouping can be cooperative grouping. Now giving each student within a group a specific role. Now they can, you know, play around and interest according to their interest and skill, and such as the one is the writer, one is the presenter, and all like that. You know what happens is, generally I've seen that slow learners, they are afraid of writing things. When it comes to speaking, they are very good at speaking, but when they come to writing, they lose confidence. So first, the confidence has to be generated, and even a small effort made by them has to be, you know, shown a lot of commendation that yes, you have done something very good. So once the confidence is there, a slightest effort is also highlighted of theirs, and they start working on it. So encourage oral expression and provide study aids, separate study aids, which is, we can have special assignments for them, which is not as on the same graded level, slightly simpler ones. And next and the last grouping that can be done is mixed ability grouping, where you are putting students with varying strengths together and weaknesses together, and they learn from one another. This is the best way. When sometimes a child is shy, we have come across many children, they are shy to speak up when it comes to speaking in the class. So but when they are in comfort zone, they speak up. So once you give them that comfort zone and they start speaking on the topic or the things that we would like to teach them, then they come out of it very nicely. I think these are the certain strategies that can be taken in class. And it is just the initial starting, and once the child is comfortable and he has practiced by the extra sheets and study materials and remedial teaching, he can come out of it definitely.
Right. Thank you so much, Ms. Vandana, ma'am. That was indeed quite helpful. I'm sure the query has been met. It has been answered quite effectively. Moving on from here, just wanted to cross-check with Ashima ma'am if she is there. Ms. Ashima,
yes, ma'am, I'm here and I have already shared the link.
You have shared the link. Okay,
yeah,
ma'am.
It's there in the chat box also. So
right.
They've already responded, like 10 to 12 of the participants have already responded. I'll just share the screen. 1 second.
Okay.
Ma'am, you will have to allow me to share.
Okay. Right. Ma'am, just give me a minute. Purnima ma'am, if you could just allow her to share the screen, please. Right. Can you share the screen now, Ashima ma'am?
No, ma'am, yet it's saying that host disabled.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just try once again. Yeah, perfect. So this was the one that's coming up now, my final takeaway for the day. Yeah, it's here. They are responding, so.
Okay. All right. Participants, please respond some more so we get a clear picture of the feedback that we are all looking for, because if you do not get the feedback, we will not know how to improve, what to work upon. So definitely your feedback is very, very precious to all of us. So kindly go ahead, give it to us as much as you can. And Ashima ma'am, thank you so much for being so supportive with the Mentimeter and
anytime, ma'am, anytime.
thank you
it
for
was
being
a pleasure.
around.
Thank you so
Not
much.
just as a panelist, of course. I'm appreciating all the other panelists who have taken their time out and joined us in this session, but definitely also for being here to provide us with this valuable feedback from all the participants present here. Okay, ma'am. So those are some of the feedbacks that we are getting. If you would like to say something about it, ma'am, Ashima ma'am.
When I initially came for this webinar, I was a little nervous that, the teachers, all the panelists, as well as all the participants who are coming, they are using all these things every day. But then I thought, okay, I'll try to share what I am doing so that my learning journey can be shared with them and they can, take it up and they can also enrich their learning experiences. Like, as I said, the teachers are the first learners and everyday learners. We learn even from our students. So this is something that is bringing, a happiness to me that, see, they all found it really useful. Everybody's inputs were so beautifully explained, so interesting, that even I have a page or 2 pages full of my own note taking from this webinar.
Absolutely, ma'am. Absolutely, you are absolutely correct. I'm sure everybody has the same mutual feelings about this webinar that we are having today. Are we done with the feedback? Has everybody been able to give away their feedbacks? Are they still going on?
Yes, ma'am. This was the first question that was posted to the participants, that which edtech tool would you like to implement to your interactions with the learners? So a lot of them have given the debates and discussions, Edpuzzle, Flippity, audio visuals, quizzes, Quizlet. I mean, I also have a lot of other tools now that I can explore and I can use in my own classrooms.
Absolutely.
Thanks to you. Thanks to all your efforts, all your team.
Thank you so much for being so appreciative about us, ma'am. It is likewise. I can't thank you all enough, my entire team, and I can't thank you, all of you enough, all the participants and the panelists for being here today. Moving on, definitely, I think we are done with the feedback. Ashima, ma'am, then I will just move on to the...
Yes, ma'am, we are done with almost like 25 people have already given it.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'll be sharing it with you.
Okay, keeping that in mind, then let me please invite Ms. Shweta ma'am now for the final vote of thanks. She's faculty member of the SST team at DPS Monarch International School. Shweta ma'am, if you could kindly come up and give your vote of thanks, please.
Sure. Thank you, Shashwati. Honorable panelists, respected principal, Ms. Meenal Bakshi, headmistress, senior school, Ms. Madhu Uppal, and all the teachers and viewers. Feeling thankful and not expressing it is like wrapping a present and not giving it. Good morning, everyone. Good noon, everyone, actually. I am Shweta Kushti, honored and lucky to have the opportunity to present the vote of thanks this morning. I would like to thank Qatar Chapter Principals Forum for giving us the opportunity to conduct a webinar focusing on social science for empowering our teachers. I would like to thank our first panelist, Ms. Shalini Agarwal, who tickled the little kid in all of us and had us play all those game quizzes in Nearpod quizzes, Answer Garden, etc. It was truly a very fun-filled experience for all of us, ma'am. Thanks a lot. I would like to next thank our panelist number 2, Ms. Vandana Parashar, who told us about various strategies and activities under multiple intelligences. We are glad to listen from you, ma'am. Thank you. I would like to express gratitude towards our panelist number 3, Ms. Anju Singh, who emphasized on inculcating values in children. Especially her view about the national character of a student was a striking feature in her presentation. Thank you so much, and we enjoyed knowing about the tools mentioned by you, ma'am. Thank you. I would like to express gratitude towards our panelist number 4, Mr. Nizar sir, who introduced us the various ways of creating a proactive classroom experience and environment for our students when we teach social science. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank our panelist number 5, Ms. Ashima Gandhar, who made us dive into the ocean of EdTech tools, helped us explore them, and guided us to include them in our regular teaching practices. And bonus thanks, a special thanks for assisting us in the Mentimeter scope. Thanks a lot, ma'am. I would like to thank our panelist number 6, Ms. Jayanti Rajagopalan, who let out various teaching practices and tools from her Pandora's box, which can be used in our regular teaching practices. Thanks a lot, Jayanti ma'am. I would like to thank our keynote speaker for this session, our headmistress senior school, Ms. Madhu Uppal, who through her speech offered a wide array of innovative methods and tools while teaching social science. It was truly an insightful session, ma'am. I would like to mention a special thank you to our honorable management for their constant motivation and encouragement. We have been fortunate to be guided by our principal, ma'am, Ms. Meenal Bakshi, you have been a constant support and great motivator for us. Thanks a lot, ma'am. On behalf of the entire Social Science Department of DPS Monarch International School, I express my heartfelt thanks to all the teachers who participated and stayed with us for 4 long hours and maybe more than that for this webinar. Thank you all a lot. Thank you. Over to you, Shruti.
Thank you so much, Shweta ma'am. Thank you again. Just before leaving, if Madhu ma'am would like to address all of us present here, she's a keynote speaker. The presentation was commenced with her, and if she would just spend some more time with all of us. Yes, ma'am. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Shashwati. So first of all, I would like to congratulate and appreciate all the participants. They've been so active and participative, and they were contributing consistently. We were just and a lot of appreciation remarks. So thank you so much for appreciating this little effort as we got this opportunity. So we wanted to make full use of it. And next are all the panelists. Definitely, it's a great honor to have you all with us. And thank you so much for your well-researched presentation. I would say valuable presentations and the tools that you had shared. Definitely, it is going to make a difference in every educator who has participated today in their classroom scenario, and they are going to have a new look to the classroom with all the strategies, tools, and games, quizzes. So, a lot to welcome kids after summer break. So, indeed, it was a great pleasure for all of us, our Monarch DPS Monarch team, to have this platform for through this webinar today. And I would just like to share that the time is always right to do what is right. So this is just a big step today. We have taken up all, and I hope we'll be able to share more of such learnings quite often, and we'll have you again in some time. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you
and
so
thanks
much.
a lot, Shashwati, for being so patient moderator. And throughout, I could see you were managing so many things.
No, ma'am, it's always your
to
mentorship and always my interest and curiosity to know more and to learn more. And definitely I've learned a lot today. With that, I would just thank you so much, Madhu ma'am, for those precious words. Indeed, they are a source of a lot of inspiration, I'm sure, for everybody here. Just a word, dear participants, your
And I would just like to interrupt you here, our SST department. A big clap for you all. Well done. A lot of coordination. Good work. Keep it up.
Definitely, all the kudos go to definitely the SST department, as also
Yes.
teachers who have come from various other schools representing their schools and have patiently borne with us through all this time. So participants, just wanted to add a quick word here. Your e-certificates will be sent to your school, so do not worry about that. And before we finally call it a day and hang up our boots, please, any one of my dear panelists, if you could come and just say a few kind words from your end. And with those words, we will try to come to a closure. Yes. Any of my dear panelists, anybody, Ms. Shalini or
Yeah, sure.
anyone?
Yeah. First of all, I would like to really compliment DPS Monarch for this wonderful session that you conducted. Conducting a workshop, yes, all the teachers, we have been used to it, for attending it, taking it, but to do it on a virtual platform, because that is the need of the hour, and then to do it so beautifully, well done. I mean, it was it is really commendable. Must have a lot of hard work would have gone into it, and it was reflected. IT department, Shashwati, your moderation was superb. You didn't miss any single question. Beautiful. It's very heartening when all the educators can come together. You know, these platforms are very precious because even as panelists, I mean, we are panelists today and attendees tomorrow. Every time, no matter on which side of the fence we are all learning. I'm sure all my co-panelists would agree that each one of us has a lot that we are taking away from this webinar. I was constantly writing in my notebook, constantly writing in my notebook. There's so many tools that we know, and then there were so many tools and other strategies that we got to know. So when I had to make this presentation, I chose the ones that I felt would, be a best fit for this webinar. and there were others that I left. And then I got to know just so many more. So now I'm spoiled for choices. I just can't wait to, get onto my laptop and start exploring as many of them as possible. So absolutely, such webinars are a great source of learning. And I definitely feel that, yes, we should have more and more such webinars, especially for social science, because it is such a vibrant subject, one of the most vibrant that there is. So thank you for giving us this opportunity, and thank you for organizing it so beautifully.
Thank you so much, Shalini ma'am. Thank you all the teachers. Thank you all the panelists. And very, very big round of thank you to our SST team, our IT team. And no matter how many thank yous I say, I know it is never going to be enough. So definitely with those words, hopefully you had a great time. We all had a good time. We all have enjoyed ourselves, learned through holding each other's hands, and we will have more of that very soon again. So thank you for now, and till we meet again. Thank you so much, everyone. Please have a good afternoon. Thank you.